That's all.
Welcome to Boulder City City Council. Call the meeting to order. Madam City Clerk, confirmation of posting and roll call.
Yes, thank you. The agenda was posted in accordance with Nevada open meeting law, and all members are present.
Thank you. We will now be favored by having our invocation by Bishop Chris Moran, commonly known as Bishop Chris, from St. Paul's Church. If all you would rise and then stay standing for the Pledge of Allegiance directly afterwards.
Well, Heavenly Father, we thank you for all you do in our lives, and especially for these men and women of our city council who have chosen to serve the people of Boulder City. Help them to act with character and conviction, to listen with understanding and goodwill, to speak with charity and restraint. Give them a spirit of service. Remind them that they are stewards of your authority. Guide them to be the leaders your people of this great city need and desire. Help all of us here today to see the humanity and dignity of those who disagree with us, and to treat all people, no matter how weak or poor, with respect they deserve. Finally, Father, renew us with your strength and joy of helping to build a community worthy of every human being. And we ask all of this in the name of your Son, Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Bishop Chris. We will now have the Pledge of Allegiance. If you stay standing, please. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. In the way of public announcement, there is a proclamation that I'll read. Whereas Disability Pride Month is an opportunity to honor the history, achievements, experiences, and struggles of the disability community, and whereas the 2025 theme of Disability Pride Month is, quote, "We belong here and we're here to stay," unquote. The theme comes from the ARC's National Council of Self-Advocates and reflects the disability community's dreams for life experiences that they are too often denied. And whereas Disability Pride Month parallels the Americans with Disabilities Act, aka ADA, 34th anniversary, culminating decades of disability rights advocacy, and whereas people with disabilities have faced social stigmas and judgment for centuries, and the development and establishment of Disability Pride Month closely intertwines with the civil rights movement, and whereas our global population is gaining awareness and celebrating people with disabilities, diverse experiences, and societal integration. The signing of the ADA provided a rallying point for the community to demand full inclusion in society. And whereas the ADA outlines provisions for increased accessibility to physical infrastructure and encourages employers to ensure work environments accommodate individuals with disabilities, from wheelchair ramps and unique treatments to service animals. And now, therefore, I, Joe Hardy, Mayor of Boulder City, hereby proclaim the month of July 2025 as Disability Pride Month in Boulder City, and encourage all residents to celebrate people with disabilities and their contributions to society. We are grateful to have members of the disabilities group come and be with us, and we would like to have an opportunity for them to come forward and for us to come down and have a photo taken and give them the microphone to say something that we all need to be benefited from. So we will now
You need to squeeze in just a little tighter. All right, ready? 1, 2, 3. Thank you.
Now, one of you is going to have to be the spokesperson. You're elected.
I'm never shy. When I will say, it's always important to tell your own story, right? So when the ADA was signed, our son with Down syndrome was 3 years old. And I was very excited about that because I knew he was going to do okay in his world because he had a mother who would not let him do okay. And he had a father who was supportive. But what I was concerned about was how society would take him. And believe me, society was pretty tough on that man, but now he serves a lot of you folks at the senior center for lunch every day, right? Then he turned 7, and we're coming home, and it's raining, and it's not raining. I'm losing my vision. So once again, I was personally grateful for the ADA. And I have to say, I think this is the 2nd or 3rd year, Mayor, that you've made this proclamation. For that, I'm grateful. It's a lot of good words. But I'm hopeful, I'm thankful that our new city manager has agreed to facilitate a regularly scheduled access work group where we can now get out of my living room and start talking about these issues and opening it up to the public and really work on a plan, a regular plan. And we all know it's not going to happen overnight, but we all know that we've been working with Gary Poindexter, and now we get to work with the police chief, Parks and Rec, and really to make Boulder City accessible for everybody. And I thank you. Do any of my coworkers here have anything to say?
There is one member that could not be here, nor could she be on Zoom, but it's Charabelle Laub, who's a wheelchair advocate, user. Anyway, she wanted to thank you for making this a very special time for all of us. Deb Finnegan also couldn't be here tonight, so for both of them, thank you very much.
Thank you. Hey, what I just want to say is it's not only about the disabled. And I tell you, it's been a wonderful experience being with my colleagues here, who I had the privilege of walking here and seeing and hearing. And my colleagues here don't always have that ability, but they're here and they're active and they participate in it. And disability, it's really about accessibility and getting people out there and participating. I really commend my fellow committee members. They are the people that really take the effort to get out here. And I know there's many more people out there. For every one of them, there's 10 other people that are not here because of some barrier that they foresee. But, you know, we break down these barriers and we can all be part of this community. It's a great community. Thank you.
One more word, just a second here, hang on. We have been working very hard to communicate this to our friends, people in our churches, people in our workout groups, as many as people can. And I'm thankful I'm seeing a lot of my friends here who support this. For those of you who support this movement to really work hard to make Boulder City accessible, can I ask you all to stand up?
Yes.
Thank you, Mayor.
I heard you were running for mayor. Thank you. Appreciate you coming to be with us. Thank you all. We will now open the initial public comment period. This portion is for anything that's on the agenda, and you have up to 3 minutes to talk about a specific agenda item, and please feel free to enlighten us all. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Barbara Pollson, and I'm here representing the Boulder City Cluster of Nevadans for the Common Good. I want to thank the City Council for the proclamation and highlighting the importance of everybody having accessibility to public spaces in our community. And Nevadans for the Common Good wants to specifically commend the accessibility work group for all the efforts that they have made and all the work they have done. This proclamation and the infrastructure work being done right now is a testament to their commitment to making us a community that is open to everybody and accessible to everybody. And so as a group, we're all here. We've been supporting this effort, and we continue to support all the work they do. So if everybody in the Nevadans for the Common Good would stand.
Anyone on the phone line?
I have a question.
Public comment, go ahead.
Well, I don't know.
Yeah, hi.
Forgive me for being ignorant.
Yes, hi. My name is Michelle Carroll, and I own Boulder City Critter Sitter. I care for and walk dogs for a living, and I advocate for all dogs. I advocate for the well-adjusted ones with perfect recall and those rescued from trauma, neglect, and abuse. Those who are still learning to trust the world again. Many of us are encouraged to go out and adopt shelter dogs, but without an enforced leash law, we're unintentionally putting those very dogs in harm's way. I've had to stop bringing client dogs to public parks because inevitably an off-leash dog will come barreling toward us. And of course, the owners always say, "Don't worry, he's friendly." But unfortunately, that's not the point. My dog is on leash, under control, doing everything right, but may be nervous or reactive. When an off-leash dog rushes up, it can trigger fear, anxiety, even aggression, which can easily escalate to a fight, injuries, or worse. And if I step in to protect the dog I'm responsible for, I risk getting hurt myself. And then who's liable? Getting sued? It's the owner of the off-leash dog because they're the ones who lost control. If a stranger ran at me at full speed, I'd absolutely react out of fear myself. Dogs are no different. They deserve to feel safe during a walk. And right now, so many of my clients and Boulder City residents tell me that they're scared to walk their dogs, even in their own neighborhoods, because of their fear of off-leash dogs, which is heartbreaking to me because that means dogs miss out on crucial mental and physical stimulation, which leads to frustration, anxiety, and behavioral problems, which only makes the entire situation worse. We can't keep encouraging people to rescue dogs just to make them feel like prisoners in their own homes. Yes, off-leash play is joyful and important, and it's a beautiful, beautiful thing. I fully support designated shaded off-leash areas with a space for dogs to run and for pet parents to connect and socialize. It's a beautiful experience to share with others. But shared public spaces, streets, sidewalks, parks must be safe for everyone, especially for those of us trying to do the right thing by keeping our dogs leashed and under control. If there are 10 off-leash dogs in a park, I have no way of knowing which one has perfect recall and which one doesn't just by looking at them. And it only takes one mistake to cause real harm. And I haven't even mentioned the possibility of the dog running out into the street and getting hit by a car, which is absolutely devastating. Please, for the safety and well-being of all dogs and their humans here in Boulder City, please enforce a leash law. Give dogs a safe, designated off-leash space. Give them off-leash spaces to play, but also keep the public areas secure for every pet and person who wants to enjoy them responsibly. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else on the phone?
No.
Okay. If you want to get on the phone line, call 702-589-9629. Go ahead.
Hi, my name's Bren Delorier, and I wanted to speak on two items on the agenda. First, item number 15, regarding the dog breeding ordinance. You've heard me speak on it before. I'm adamantly against dog breeding in Boulder City. I think it's fine if anybody wants a purebred dog. We have them in our shelters. People can travel to a dog breeder or order a dog from a dog breeder elsewhere. I just don't think there's a place for it in our small town. Just prior to this meeting, I checked with our animal shelter. They're always almost at capacity or at capacity. Currently, they are a no-kill shelter, but if they are constantly at or over capacity, they're put at risk for losing that status. So they told me that they're not quite at capacity now, but they have a lot of large dogs, a lot of older dogs that have been in their shelter for a long time. So it would be great to have those dogs adopted. So they're not they're not constantly at risk of losing that status. But I don't think a small town like ours is the place to be a place to breed dogs. So that's my 2 cents on the matter. If we have to have an ordinance, I hope that the penalties can be strict, the fines can be strict, and the cost of having a permit can be very high, just to discourage it. So that's my 2 cents on that. On item number 16, the leash law, I've also spoken on that. I'm in favor of a leash law. We've heard Anna Nabnett, before she retired, speak on that countless times before council, maybe prior iterations of council. I've been bitten by a dog myself, 500 feet from my own house. I did not report it. It was on a holiday, late at night. I had just enough time to walk home before I was seeing stars. I was lightheaded, so I walked home. Didn't end up reporting it, just cleaned the wound. Again, holiday, didn't want to go to Boulder City Hospital. So a lot of incidents go unreported for that reason. I just want everybody to be really clear on that. You can get all the statistics you want from the police department, from animal control, but a lot of them will go unreported. And then just on my own street, some of my tenants, one dog who's a particularly vicious dog that lives on my street, they have a chain link fence that's maybe 3.5 feet high. Their dog jumps the fence constantly, ran after my tenant's dog who was on a leash. They were walking up the street. And I don't know whether or not it was recorded by BCPD as one of their incidents, but BCPD was called out to put the dog back in their yard. And this happens all the time. So again, I don't know how many of those incidents actually make it into the statistics that you see, but we absolutely need a leash law. I live a 4-minute walk from here, and it's a constant problem that we encounter on a daily, weekly basis. I'm sorry I'm out of time, but you've heard my 2 cents on that, so thank you.
Thank you. Anyone on the phone? Okay.
I'm Pam Triolo. I'm going to speak on both. A little bit on the accessibility. Thank you very much for giving us recognition, because we have worked very, very hard on this. And everybody's been really good, especially we always talk about Gary Poindexter. He works with us, and we truly appreciate it. Of course, I'm also here for the leash law. Please pass it. I don't know about exceptions, because if there are exceptions, that means wherever you have the exception, whatever part of the city, that means people can't walk alone or they can't walk with their dogs on a leash. So if you don't have any exceptions, people are welcome everywhere. I keep hearing more and more stories about dogs running up to people. I heard one the other day, knocked over a little boy, didn't hurt him, but we don't know, that little boy may be scared of dogs for the rest of his life. And I always think that's so sad. We've got dog parks. I understand we're thinking about more dog parks. There's no reason to have any place for dogs to be off leash. We've got plenty of places for dogs to go. Thank you very much.
Thank you. If you want to call in, 702-589-9629. Otherwise, please come forward here in the chambers if you would like public comment. State your name for the
Hi, my name's Ted Taylor. Been a resident here for 17 years. I'm going to speak for a moment about not needing a leash law. We've had this law, or what is existing in place, for as long as I've lived here. And I don't discount the anecdotal stories that people have told, but I think the common thread amongst all this is responsible dog ownership. It all comes down to that, whether you're on a leash or off a leash. A dog is going to bite, whether they're on a leash or off a leash, if you're not a responsible dog owner. I've been at the dog parks. Dogs are social animals. They're pack animals. They want to socialize. They want to be with other dogs. They want to play with other dogs. A dog park is not big enough for many breeds. They need to put on miles. They need to put on acreage. They need to run. And in 17 years, this lady has talked about incidents. It's a daily incident. In 17 years, I've never seen at the public parks at Wilbur Square or at Veterans of a dog attack. Never. And here's another thing. The police, during the winter and spring, were parked over here at Wilbur Park every day at 4 o'clock observing. And I want one of them to come up here and say they observed confrontations with dogs. They can't, because I was there every day and we were there every day and there were none. I'm telling you, there were none. And if you want some facts, according to the CDC, 80% of dog bites occur in the home. 98.8% of those dog bites are unintentional. In other words, you're playing with your dog and you both reach for the ball and he bites your hand as you reach. Okay. 15.5% of dog bites are by stray dogs. So there's no ownership involved in that at all. That's over 90%. 60 to 80% of dog bites are from unneutered male dogs. So if you want to reduce dog bites, make sure, and I think there's a law in place that all dogs that are registered must be neutered or spayed, but it's male dogs primarily. Chained dogs are 2.8 times more likely to bite than unchained dogs. Only 7.1% of dog bites occur on the street. Okay, so as I see it, and as this town, we don't want to be like every place else. People come here to Boulder City because of the way the leash law is. That their dogs can play, they can throw frisbee, they can throw the ball, they can interact with other dogs. If you have a serious dog chaser that plays frisbee or ball, you can't go to a dog park because 15 other dogs go run after the ball too. So you got to go find a place where they can go and you can play frisbee or whatever. So there's not a problem. And if we get a chance to talk about the data here in this town, hopefully we can, and have a logical and factful discussion about if it really is a problem. But right now, I see a lot of anecdotal questions and basically trying to find a solution for which there is no problem. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Nancy Denine. I sent y'all an email, and I want to first say thank you for acknowledging receipt of the email that I sent you. Anyways, I find it kind of ironic that on Friday it was the 4th of July, where we celebrate our liberties and our freedoms, and then here we are contemplating taking away those freedoms and liberties from those of us who have been following the laws of this city. Those of us who do walk our dogs off leash in the park with absolutely no problems. I've been walking my dogs for 5 years. I have not seen or had any problems with any of the dogs. When we see another dog on a leash, we go the other way. We see walkers, we go the other way. Dogs are under total voice control. Now, I know you're going to have vicious stories of vicious dogs, and I don't doubt that happens, but those are people already not following the law that we have right now. And so I don't know, it doesn't make sense to me that they would follow any other law. So this ordinance, law, whatever, it's served us well for over 30 years. And I just think if we were to enforce it on the leash or under voice control, that we wouldn't have these problems. I don't know if you remember when I first moved back here, Claudia, I think Bridges, she was one of our city council members, and this came before then also. It's been a topic in the past. And she said, because she lived and looked at Wilbur Park, And she said, I just cannot in good conscience do something to take away that joy and pleasure from those people who meet every day at the park with their dogs and socialize, not only the people but the dogs. So I just thought I'm thankful that she saw it that way. I hope you do too. I want to say, with all due respect, I'm just a little insulted that you think that someone who's had a dog for her entire adult life, have two, that I need to be told how to walk my dog, when to walk my dog, and where I need to walk my dog. I'm a responsible dog owner and walker, and I just think that the laws that we have, the rules that we have are sufficient, and that if they're enforced, they will serve our community quite well. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hi, good evening. My name is Deborah Brady, and I'm fairly new to Boulder City. I've only been here about 3 years. But one of the things I enjoy is being able to walk the city streets and spend time in the park and play with everybody else's dogs, because currently I don't have one of my own. My concern is that we're considering making public policy changes based on anecdotal data. I have yet to see or hear specific data that says this is the problem, this is the percentage of the problem, this is the expanse of the problem. Before we make changes, I would like to see more specific information that says, yes, indeed, this is a problem that we need to address. I agree that if we're not enforcing the current leash law, how are we going to ensure that creating a new leash law is going to be enforced any better? I would also encourage people who have experienced dog bites to report them. If you don't report, we don't know what the problem is. We can't address the problem. I'm all for responsible dog ownership. If your dog is trained, if your dog is sociable, why not let them have the freedom of socializing and playing and interacting, not only with other dogs, but with other human beings? Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Anna Sturgis, and this is my dog, Loki. And I am not a resident of Boulder City, but I do come here, I'd say 3 or 4 days a week. And the reason I come is because of the beautiful parks and because I feel welcome here with my animal, and I feel very safe playing with him, playing with the other dogs. And I appreciate the freedom that we have as responsible people to make the decision on whether our dog should be a dog who's off leash or on leash. Sorry, Loki, you might be nervous. Sit, baby. So Boulder City is unique and special, and I hate to see freedoms and impinged on and taken away if there may not even be a problem. I've never personally witnessed a dog fight. I've never witnessed any kind of problems here with dogs off leash or being aggressive. In my observation, I think people who take their dogs and take them off leash know their dog is safe. So I just encourage you to think about, before you change laws or start enforcing them, just, I come here, I do all my shopping here, I love it. I mean, I absolutely, if there was more housing, I would move here. So thank you so much for listening, and I do hope you consider this unique position that you have here in Boulder City, and just, economically, I don't know how many people might come in, but I'm sure there's other people like me who come and like to spend their money here and their time here because it feels good. So anyway, thank you.
Thank you.
Ask them to sign in. Ask them to sign in. To remember to sign in.
If you can sign in as well as state your name,
Oh,
thank
sure.
you.
My name is Terry Adamick. I also wrote an email to all of you. I don't feel like I'm good at public speaking, so pardon me if I get nervous. I also support no leash law. I don't think you can see it, but I just got a little Eskimo puppy who is so sweet and so cool, and he runs with all the dogs in the park. He plays with Jax, who is a Doberman. He plays with I can't think of the name of the dog now, but big dogs, and they're all fine with this little tiny puppy. They're sweet, they're gentle, they play with him, they don't hurt him. The dogs that play on a regular basis at Veterans Memorial and also downtown at Wilbur Square are sweet dogs, and they don't need to be on a leash. And I also believe that being off leash is good for mental health of a dog. I think that certain breeds especially really need to be able to get tons of exercise, which means running across a large expanse repeated number of times, throwing a ball, catching it, throwing a frisbee. I believe that this is what keeps dogs from being aggressive. If you try and keep dogs that need exercise confined to a small space or on a chain, they're going to become aggressive, and then you're going to have a problem. So those are my feelings. I just hope that you'll consider them and have a better discussion before we do anything drastic. Thank you.
Thank you. There's someone on the phone.
Public comment, go ahead.
My name is Ainsworth Hunt. I live in Boulder City. I'm calling about agenda items both 15 and 16. I recognize that based on what I'm reading, the City Council is going to go ahead and provide for animal breeding in terms of permits. The biggest question I have with the actual costs and not the direct costs of providing a breeding permit are how much do abandoned animals that breeders create cost Boulder City through the Boulder City Animal Shelter? It's already a strained facility in terms of the number of animals that come into it, and additional animals are going to increase its operating costs. So it's not so much that the permitting, which is apparently required by state law, is a problem. And the question is, what does it really cost the city of Boulder City? And the dollar figures I see associated with the proposed permitting make no sense to me at all. On agenda item 16C, I'm a big believer that Boulder City needs to fit in with the rest of the modern world and have leash laws. It's not if, it's when an animal that's off leash attacks somebody or attacks another animal that's on a leash. How does the city deal with the situation? A real leash law provides for control over animals, especially dogs, and it's something that needs to happen. When an animal attacks somebody, it's too late to say, geez, I'm sorry. So all I can say is I'm pretty sure my comments will fall on deaf ears with City Council, but I have to speak up on behalf of the people in Boulder City who will end up suffering if there continues to be no enforceable leash law. We don't need more animals. We don't need animal breeding. We need to have less population of animals. We need to understand that all of the animal shelters in Clark County are overburdened, and we need to have control over animals in town. There is no such thing as a verbal command over a dog. It doesn't work in all cases. It's not 100% effective. Some dogs are relatively well controlled. Other ones are not at all. And even a well-behaved dog can disobey. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone on the phone line? Okay.
Finally. Good afternoon. I just want to reiterate what Deborah and Tim said. Keep it the way it is. Don't make us Henderson. Keep BCBC. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Hardy and members of City Council. I've heard of several comments now of folks saying that, this leash law is something that's been here and all they hear is anecdotal evidence and all this. I was born here, 68 years old now. I can assure you that was not the case in Boulder City. If your dog was loose, and at that time called the dog catcher, caught that dog, well, it went to the pound and you paid a fee to get it out. That was the way it was. You knew that your dog had to be under control at all times. I've heard several people, or a few people state that, well, there's only anecdotal evidence. Well, that's untrue as well. There are statistics that were produced by the animal control officer that show how many dog bites there are here in Boulder City. And has also been mentioned by a speaker, not all bites are reported. I know that I had a dog, and I love that dog. I had her for 14 years. She was a great dog. But there was one time, I had her in the back seat of my car. I pulled into my driveway, opened the door. I hadn't seen, but there was a woman jogging past. Like a shot, my dog went after her and nipped her on the heel. Never before, never after did that dog do anything like that. But that one time, instinct kicked in and she went after that person. When I hear that, well, we've always had this privilege, that's not true. We had a Parks and Recreation director here who decided he was going to placate somebody and put that into the law that you could have your dog off leash if they were under voice command. Voice command doesn't do it when a dog decides that they've got higher priorities on their mind. Again, we've tried to establish places for people to take their dogs so that they can get the exercise, so that they can have the playtime with them. Again, have your dog on a leash and there won't be a problem. The other thing is that it goes beyond that, because we've had an incident where somebody pulled a gun on somebody who was complaining about their dog not being on the leash. We do not need to see people getting shot in Boulder City because somebody asked them to control their animal. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello. I just got to say, the dude on the phone
Could you
said-
identify yourself?
Oh, I'm sorry. Robin Wallace. The dude on the phone said it's not a matter of if, but when. And that's true of all kinds of things. Driving a car, it's not a matter of if, but when somebody's going to drive drunk. But do we say everybody's got to give up driving or everybody's got to give up drinking? We don't. Let's find the people who do the problem. Report it report it when you get bit and make that person pay, because that's wrong. And I also want to say that I have come across people who are a little wacky. Like one lady had a dog. Long story short, she ended up, I was trying to make her pick up her dog poo. She threw it at me. I mean, but she was obviously mentally unstable. And so I think a lot of complaints may come from people, I do not mean to disparage anybody who has talked for it, but some of the complaints may have come from people who were angry for some reason. Also, I had a dog. He was a golden retriever. Everybody loved him. He was not friendly. I kept him on a leash. Most of the time people would come to the park. I would see them. I put him on the leash. He was not friendly with other dogs, but I still took him to the park and I played Frisbee with him. When I saw somebody, we would automatically put him on the leash because I'm a responsible dog owner. Let's find the people who are not responsible. Thank you.
Thank you. Got someone on the line? So come forward, sir. We'll hear the person on the line. Stand there and be patient.
Public comment, go ahead.
Take this time and fill out the
Hi,
card.
this is Deborah Fitigan. Good evening, everybody. First, I wanted to call and thank the city for the disability proclamation and all the help they've been talking to us with, and I think that they're wonderful with that. The next thing would be about the breeding. I'm absolutely against backyard breeding. I can say that for years. I was a backyard breeder, golden retrievers, so I probably added to the problem of the overpopulation. I had 4 acres of land, and maybe if someone has an 1 acre of land, we don't have that. We live too close. I just think it's a no. It's a no for me on that. We don't need any more animals. People go to the shelters. So if you want a golden retriever now, you can go to rescues. I got my last 2 that way. Another thing is leashing your dog. I've heard, freedom or whatever. We're Boulder City here. One of our things is be kind. Well, leashing your dog is the kindest thing you could do that to people that are afraid of dogs. I've lived here for over 4 decades. I was bit. I was bit in Wilbur Park. I badly bit. A little girl was also bit. I was more concerned with her. She's 3 years old. She was okay. To this day, that little girl's a young lady who's still afraid of dogs. I go down to Lakeview Terrace all the time, and I go over and watch the sheep. We have a lot of people now off buses. There are a lot of people who are aware of the ram cam and all that. And I myself have yelled at people like, hey, pick up your dog. Your dog's not supposed to be here. Very rarely have I seen that happen, but twice enough for me. So let's protect sensitive wildlife too. Leashing the dog can protect your fellow pets. July 4th, several years ago, that Wilbur Park wasn't my dog. Saw a dog unleash, attack an older dog. It was messy. We're here for public spaces, and I'm going to talk about our public spaces. Our public spaces need to stay safe for everybody, and that's the end. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
My name's Kent Derby. I've been a resident in Boulder City most of my life. I want to address one issue. There's a big difference between a dog under voice control and a dog at large. A dog at large is when the owner's nowhere to be found, and yes, they get picked up and taken to doggy jail, and that's the way the law has always been as long as I've lived here. It's never really been a problem until just recently with the dogs playing at the park. Another thing I want to mention is when I was 5 years old, I was attacked by a dog, and I had to get several stitches in my face. There's a record of this because I know my parents reported that. It was our neighbor's dog, and it was in our yard on our property, so it wasn't at the park. The dog was quarantined. Yes, I would say if you're bitten by a dog, you need to report that, because I'm pretty sure the law is that the dog does need to be quarantined. I hope we keep things the way they are. Thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Hi, my name is Cindy Bryan, and I've lived in Boulder City for 54 years. And in my observation, and thank you all for what you do. But in my observation over the years, and I've always had animals, I think the dog parks are beautiful. But I've been to them twice, and both times my dogs were attacked. So in my observation, a lot of people take their dogs to the dog park because they don't have recall and they don't have control of their dogs, and they don't watch them very close. And because they have a fence, they feel safe. I think that I can see both sides of it because I also got bit by my neighbor's dog, who was my best friend. And, it happens, but I think people bring home these cute little puppies and they stick them in the house or in the yard. They never get socialized, so they do not know how to act when they get out in public. And I think that regardless if we have a leash law or not, we're still going to have problems with the dogs who are not socialized. I hope that you don't take our right away as responsible pet owners to allow our dogs to get the freedom that they need and the socialization that they need, because most of us who do allow our dogs to go loose in the park are very, very careful with them, and we've trained them, and they're very, I do believe they have to have that socialization to be healthy dogs. And I'm grateful for all that you guys do, and thank you.
Thank you. If you need to call in, 702-589-9629.
And good evening. My name is Jan Hubbard. I actually wasn't going to get up and talk, but I feel compelled to do so. I too sent email. I got a response from one of you. Thank you, Ms. Ashurst. I know that it was a holiday weekend, and I understand that. I have written before concerning the dogs off leash law. I have a concern about the change in the verbiage. I am one of those people who walks my dog. I'm a resident here. Been doing so for over 5 years. It's one of the primary reasons I was able to socialize my rescue dog. I too have never witnessed a dog off leash anywhere in this city attack another person or another animal. I have witnessed dogs on leash become aggressive and attack another dog. I know there are 2 off-leash options currently offered. There's several reasons why these are not ideal. C-Spot Run is comprised of all dirt, extremely hot in the summer months, and make it virtually impossible to use during the daytime hours. The Grass Dog Park at Veterans Park is too small. At its capacity, when there are like 5 or more dogs inside, prohibits you from playing ball, throwing frisbees, letting the dogs get a good run. Due to it being built on a hill, it's not accessible to a majority of our residents because they are elderly and have physical disabilities. To note, we did try to address this, the slope and the size of this, before the park's construction. If the verbiage is changed in our current law, it would prohibit off-leash dogs in all of our municipalities. This includes the desert area. I think it is a good option. There's very few people that utilize the desert area, and I think that would be another option. Someone made a comment, I believe, last meeting, that we could post hours for dogs being off leash. I know, Mr. Walton, you two had reservations about this, saying that we're locking out everyone during these hours. I disagree. I think we'd be making everyone aware that they could encounter dogs off leash during these times. Additionally, I was very pleased, Koki Booth, you actually reported the statistics last meeting showing that more dogs are having more bites at home rather than off-leash dogs at parks. I know, Mr. Hardy, Mayor Hardy, you also commented that many of the cars and the people at Veterans Park were not residents but come in from Henderson. I don't want us to negate the fact that these same people enjoy our community and frequently spend their time and money here. They're patrons of our restaurants and stores. I know the young lady spoke earlier. I happened to see her at my nail salon. I didn't even know who she was. I'm sitting next to a woman who comes here every day with her dog, goes to Albertsons, goes to the hotel for, lunch, etc. So I guess what I'm trying to say, I want to thank you all for your time, but I think we need to continue to pursue other options, try to find a happy medium, and especially now, we need more dialogue, communication, and understanding. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, staff. Brandon Smith, Boulder City Human. I feel very strongly about speaking out about this, the leash law that's before you tonight. What you see me up here all the time. What you don't know is I'm a vegetarian. I love animals. I don't eat them. I myself have been attacked multiple times throughout my life, from very early childhood to only a few months ago, just on Colorado, from an animal here. And this is obviously a very polarizing topic for the entire city, and it's a tough line to walk either way. There's nothing quite like Boulder City anywhere. Again, that's why I'm here, that's why you're here, that's why we're all here. We love Boulder City for the city that it is, for what it offers, what it doesn't. I've never known a more doggy-friendly place than Boulder City itself, and I think that's a great draw for both people from other cities as well as our own residents here. Personally, I think that Boulder City is big enough, it has enough parks that both groups of individuals, those for and against leash law, could be satisfied. I'm kind of with Steve on the, I don't think the hours of off-leash stuff is going to work because nobody can tell time, nobody really cares. I think if we nominate specific parks that have a little more room to run, as opposed to designating animals to small dog parks, obviously bigger breeds need some more room to run around. But that being said, I've also trained half a dozen animals in my own life, and I will say that under no circumstance have I ever walked those animals off a leash, ever. Animals are animals, and no matter how under control you think they are, they never really are, because they have a mind of their own. They're instinctive animals, and they just do what they do. I strongly believe that that both sides of this argument can be satisfied within our beautiful city. We have many parks, we have many spaces, some of which that could be designated off leash, some that should be only the leash law that needs to be in effect when people are generally just walking around the city, for the animals protection, as well as other animals protection, as well as humans protection. You know, if there's anybody that should be afraid of an animal, it should be me. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Anyone online? Anyone else from the congregation here? Strong feelings? Seeing no one else, no one on the phone line. We have someone else, a brave person.
My hearing's not as good back there, so. Thank you for paying attention to this, Council and Mayor.
If you could identify your name.
Robert Cota. I think a lot of people have hit on the important stuff about being good dog owners. I walk my dogs. I have 2 German Short-haired Pointers. They have a lot of energy. We walk our dogs 3 times a day, and usually take them out in the desert. When it's super hot like this, we don't take them out in the desert because it's too hot for their pads. But the people that I run into and that our dogs interact with are very responsible people. They pick up other people's dog waste. You know, I pick up other people's dog waste. So I think there's a lot of good policing that goes on with a lot of the people that are responsible with their dogs. We do the same thing. We walk the opposite way when people are walking their dogs. It's very easy to do that, and there's a lot of room out there. Our dogs are super happy when they do that. When they're on a leash, not as happy. I think when it comes down to it, if you're going to start leashing up animals, you might want to get extra leashes because we're getting inundated with a lot more coyotes right now, so we might have to start leashing them up. The other thing that people don't realize in our town, that we've actually had mountain lions walk right to downtown. And a friend of ours lives over on Birch Street, and they have a picture of a large mountain lion walking right down Birch Street. And so it's there. And I would rather have my dogs with me for protection. And the coyotes over the last few years, I know from friends of mine who are in the fire department in Henderson, have gotten very active and have been real intimidating for people now. They're starting to get closer, they're getting comfortable. And coyotes like to come in for the small dogs, and they've been taken right off the leash in front of the owner. And they've also taken a lot of cats. So the dogs around, I think, are more protection, and I think it comes down to responsible people with their dogs, responsible people with their kids and their dogs. And when you're responsible for your family. And we care about everybody else's safety. That's why we turn the other way and we don't walk our dogs, because it's our park too. We don't walk in front of them, we go the other way. And that's what a lot of our friends do. And so I'm against the leash law, just so you know. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Anyone else in chambers today like to come forward? No one else on the phone? We will close public comment and go to possible action being approval of the regular agenda. Do we have a motion to approve the regular agenda?
I move to approve the regular agenda.
I'll second that.
Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Thank you. And that brings us to the approval of the consent agenda. Do I have a motion to approve the consent?
Move to approve the consent agenda.
Is there a second?
I'll second that then.
Moved and seconded. All those in favor of approving the consent agenda say aye.
Aye.
Thank you. And that brings us to the regular agenda presentation number 10.
Good evening, Mayor Hardy and council members. For the record, my name is Kevin Hickey, and I'm the Homeownership Programs Manager at Nevada Rural Housing. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. I'm here to briefly expand on the highlights included in our request to transfer your city's unused private activity bond cap. For more than 50 years, Nevada Rural Housing has evolved into a full-spectrum housing finance agency committed to meeting the needs of rural Nevadans through homeownership, rental assistance, and housing development. And the impact to date includes over 11,000 home buyers since 2006, $2.5 billion in mortgage lending, and $47 million in home buyer tax savings. We also assist 1,300 renters annually, and $169 million has been invested in affordable housing development, and nearly 600 new rental units are planned by 2027. Our success is driven by collaboration, and your support has been key. Your city has been a long-standing contributor to this success of our programs through the transfer of unused bond cap. These transfers allow us to create real, lasting housing opportunities without affecting your local budget. As a reminder, bond cap isn't money, it's a federal allocation that enables entities like ours to issue tax-exempt bonds to fund housing initiatives. One of the most exciting outcomes of your recent support is our Launchpad Homeownership Program. This program, made possible by bond cap transfers, initially provided $25 million in mortgage funds to around 80 families. And thanks to its success, our partnership with Nevada Housing Division, we now have another $25 million in mortgage volume ready to deploy, offering even more opportunity to rural homebuyers. Since our homeownership programs began, Nevada Rural Housing has assisted 25 homebuyers in Boulder City, providing $5 million in mortgages and over $160,000 in down payment assistance. Our outreach goes well beyond program delivery, however. We work directly with lenders and agents across the state and offer continuous training and support and invest in advertising, social, and digital marketing to ensure rural residents know it's possible. But we're also leaving materials behind. I have some here with me. that include flyers about our current programs and some pretty fun Rural Rocks stickers to help promote the programs. We know that your support and being the local trusted officials that you are can go a long way to helping rural home buyers understand these programs, know that they're available, and we appreciate your help and the city's help getting this information out to folks and help us move the needle and increase home ownership. We thank you for your continued support and for considering our request to transfer your unused bond cap. Your partnership is helping rural Nevadans turn dreams of home ownership into reality, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Any questions? Go ahead.
Hi, Kevin. Nice
Hi.
to see you again. Thank you. So I'm looking, 2006 must have been when you guys started, right?
That was the very first program, and
Okay,
it
so-
started out the same way, bond program.
Almost 20 years.
20 years.
Yep, and I saw the impact that it's had in Boulder City, and I just kind of had a question. Are we the kind of community that this program is meant for?
Good question. It's intended for everywhere in rural Nevada. We want to help increase homeownership wherever it is, wherever it can be achieved. Of course, home prices and interest rates are a challenge, and we can't change the home pricing. But with programs like Launchpad being a tax-exempt bond, we can lower the interest rate to help make homeownership more affordable and hopefully bring more home buyers or bring more folks in Boulder City to home buying with a program like Launchpad.
Okay, and you said that you distribute information via lenders. Is that your mode of allowing individuals to be able to know that this program even exist?
They are our primary driver because they are the ones that reserve the loans. So we are constantly training local lenders and real estate agents as well, making them aware of our programs and making them aware of updates or changes to the programs so that they're familiar with the latest on what we're offering also. But we do reach out directly to consumers as well. We do streaming advertising. We have a campaign going right now on Disney Plus throughout rural Nevada. We conducted a text campaign recently that reached several thousand rural Nevada home buyers or prospective home buyers who are either currently renting or may have been interested in homeownership programs with us in the past. So we're engaging in all the ways we can through social media, especially, again, that streaming digital advertising, some radio spots, and then also word of mouth, local lenders, and trusted officials like you.
Have you noticed an uptick in individuals that are trying to access this program with that outreach that you've done?
We have. There has been a tremendous uptick. In fact, I wish I had the statistic in front of me and I can get it to you, but it was over the multi-100% increase after our latest campaign of folks coming to our website looking for more information, and we can track that directly based on links and tokens in those links on social media.
How can we better, this is a question that I always like to ask, the teacher in me asks the question, I think, how can we better make individuals in Boulder City aware that this is available to, for them to investigate? Because though the numbers look good, when I factor in it's almost 20 years,
Right.
then the numbers significantly look less.
Yep.
Beautiful.
We would love to grow that number as well. Our whole goal is to help folks buy homes, to achieve, and not just buy them, but do it in a way that's as affordable as possible. So it takes a village in anything that we do, right? And so support from the community, from local lenders, local agents, council members, word of mouth, those kinds of things. And these flyers and Rural Rock stickers that we have brought with us tonight to leave behind, can be left anywhere council feels might be helpful, whether it's at City Hall or if there's Human Services, whatever it might be. That's a great place to get local interaction as well.
Okay, so next time you come, which will probably be about next year this time, right? We can
Just
see
about,
some
yeah.
adjusted numbers here, hopefully,
It is our
because of a
hope.
public campaign here in Boulder City specifically to see if we can ignite some excitement
Absolutely.
about the possibility. Awesome.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
That is our hope.
Thank you, Kevin.
So you've got some secret stickers you're going to leave with the city
Yes, secret
manager
stickers.
that
Would
we
you like
can
to?
have?
Here's the preview.
Mayor, I have some questions for him.
Thank you. All right. Councilwoman Booth and then Councilman Walton.
Thank you.
Do you have, on the dollar amount that you lend on, is there a cap on that? Like it's 350, 450? Is there a cap on the dollar amount of the home someone can purchase?
It depends on the program. So with the tax-exempt bond programs, those limits are set by HUD on the federal level. For our taxable bond program and our regular, what we call TBA or Home at Last program, there is just the conforming loan limit, which currently is just over $800,000.
Okay, so you would lend on that and help somebody. What do you call, so I know what the USDA loan is. What is your loan called? Launchpad or?
So Launchpad is the program, but it's available to all loan types. So USDA is eligible, FHA loans are eligible, VA loans, and then also conventional loans are available as well through Freddie Mac and Fannie Mae.
And on your down payment, is there a cap on how much you can put on your down payment?
So the program, depending on which one you're using, it provides anywhere from 2 to 5%. Okay. And that's an option that the buyer and the lender can choose based on that particular buyer's situation and need.
And do they ever have to pay back any of this? Are there any restraints to using this?
So for the Home at Last program, after 5 years of homeownership and living in the home, it's completely forgiven, whatever assistance they receive. Through the Launchpad program, that is a repayable second, but it's deferred for 30 years. So with the Launchpad program, they will repay the assistance, which is anywhere from 2 to 5%, depending on which option they choose. That will be repaid, typically at refinancing or sale of the home.
Thank you. Those are my questions.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you for asking those questions. They mirror some of mine. And the other one I had was, is there an income limitation, a cap, whereas you can apply for this assistance?
Yes. So for the Home at Last program and the regular Launchpad, or what we call the taxable program, that has an income limit of $165,000. For the Launchpad for First-Time Homebuyers program, which is the tax-exempt bond, that does have those limits that are set by HUD.
And so would that be lower than $165,000?
Yes, I believe for Clark County it's around $100,000, depending on if it's a household of 1 to 2 or 3 plus.
Okay. And at the end of the 30 years for the program that has the repay, has interest been accruing the entire 30 years?
No, there's no interest accrued at any time. So whatever the assistance offered at the time the loan was closed, that's the amount that the borrower would repay. And just as a technical note on that, that amount that would be repaid is actually part of the payoff statement for the first mortgage. They're tied together. So if a home buyer were to sell or refinance their home in that time, it's part of the actual payoff. And so in theory, it would be hopeful that they're making a profit on the sale of the home, and that assistance would be repaid with whatever equity they have, and hopefully much more beyond that.
So an observation now, and maybe you can either debunk it or validate it. If the income cap, right, is between 100, 165, right, and the home prices in Boulder City are what they are, do you really believe we'll see many numbers increase? Because this is not really the market where people can qualify for a first-time home or a home at last, right? Unless it's
right.
a condo, perhaps, but the average household income here is $77,000 on the Launchpad, and the average home loan is $314,000, and there's not many of those available in Boulder City.
But just to contrast, we have seen success with the programs in Sparks, which, believe it or not, is considered rural because the population's below 150, and it has home prices that are 500 plus. So the opportunity is there, but you're right, it is limited. And we're trying to make sure that we reach out to those folks who might have that opportunity to make them aware that these programs are out there. They're actually pretty accessible. The requirements are flexible as well. A minimum credit score of 640 is all that's required to use these programs. So by offering that easy access to credit and the down payment assistance all combined, not to mention our mortgage credit certificate that we offer, which also gets funded through these bond cap transfers. That helps borrowers save real dollars in their federal taxes every year.
Great.
So together, hopefully, it makes a package that makes it affordable.
Usable, right?
Yes, exactly.
There's a couple things that maybe you can follow up on later.
Sure.
But if we don't have something that is visible in Boulder City, bcnv.org, welcome to town, whatever, maybe that's a place we can add our visibility to Councilmember Jorgensen's question about being more visible, as well as the chamber.
Yeah.
Those are places that have are in touch with folks that are, either looking into Boulder City, or the chamber's doing outreach as well from their side on marketing, Boulder City as a destination, but also just potential people that might move here. So it's a couple ideas. Maybe
No, that's
follow
great
up.
feedback.
Maybe
I
we already
appreciate
do
that.
have a presence there. We don't need to go into that now,
Yeah.
but a couple thoughts. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
Hi, Kevin. Thanks for what you do. We see across our nation that housing is a problem, and people are looking for any assistance. Even those that make 100 or a little bit above are still, like Councilman Walton just said, are just short of being able to do that. I went on your website, really neat website, very thorough, a lot of good information. What is the emergency assistance?
So that is funded through a grant that comes, typically it's federal funds that get funneled through the state and then to Nevada Rural Housing. It happens once a year. It's always never enough, of course. So that program is offered as long as funding's available, but it's what allows folks to hopefully stay housed where they're at if they're having a situation where they can't pay their rent.
Okay, so did you, or your program, did you help those in California when they were burnt out of their homes? That's the type of emergency assistance, or?
It would be for those who are housed currently who are at risk of losing it.
Okay, sounds good. Also, I noticed that you had a waiting list. How long is that list? How long is the turnaround? What's the waiting from the time you fill out an application to getting assistance?
So I don't have the specific time frame on that. The waiting list does open when there are spots available. It opens periodically. It's been longer than we would like for it to open. Nevada Rural Housing has about 1,300 vouchers that have been allocated to us by HUD that we use in Nevada's 15 rural counties. So here in Boulder City, that all falls under the Southern Nevada Regional Housing Authority. We do not have the authority to offer those vouchers here in Clark County or Washoe County. So those 1,300 stay in those 15 rural counties.
That was going to be my question about the vouchers. Thank you for asking that. And you collaborate, you said, with other programs like HUD?
Right.
Other groups like that, okay. And are you working with the governor?
We do. We work closely with them, especially in legislation to help increase availability of housing. We also work closely with the Nevada Housing Division, who of course works closely with the governor as well. And this Launchpad program, the first Launchpad program we did was a standalone, something that we did on our own, which got that $25 million in mortgage volume out there, which comes directly from bond cap, private activity bond cap. And it was a great success, but it's a very expensive program to bring to market, a bond program. So this time around, we were able to partner with the state to combine that, still maintain our funding for that $25 million in bond cap, but combine it with the state so we could offer a bigger bond deal and get better rates. So that's a pretty unique collaboration for HFAs, which were considered a housing finance agency. And it's been in place for about 3 months, and it's been a good success so far. So we hope to build on that going forward.
Okay, we have a young lady here who works with the homeless, and just anyone that may be down on their luck or one payment from losing their mortgage. Her name is Jennifer Headland. Do you work with her here in Boulder City?
We don't. Our services start at the rental assistance part. We're part of the whole housing continuum where we try to prevent folks from becoming homeless. But that's where we start in that whole wheel of or continuum of service there. So we don't work directly in the homelessness population. However, having said that, we do have a property in Carson City specifically for homeless vets that is run through what are called project-based vouchers specific to that property. And so we do have that one specific facility for veterans. And as a side note, the majority of our folks, 72% around there, are elderly who are using our programs for assistance.
The reason why I brought up Jennifer Hedlund, she doesn't just work with homeless, but Councilwoman Jorgensen had asked about what you could do in Boulder City. She may be a good person for outreach. I did send your company and her name to a lady who contacted me who needed help on keeping her mortgage. So that is just someone you could work with in Boulder that may be able to connect us with this program, since we're giving this bond over. It hasn't been voted on yet, but if that happens, we could be assured that some of our residents that may need your assistance are getting it, because we have an advocate through Jennifer and maybe you.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. Thank you.
One of the things that I had in my heart was for our young people here that are graduating high school. Most of them cannot live here because they can't afford to live here. And I would like to see something like a lottery, to where if they could come up with half, and then the city or the state or federal government would meet that other half. And when I saw your program, it's really a good model for something like that, to help our younger people who want to live. I'm from New York. There's no way I can live in New York.
Yeah.
The debt ratio that they have there pretty much have pushed everybody who was born and raised there out, unless your family owned a home. Same thing here in Boulder City. My home I would pass down to my children, but it would be neat if we could maybe get a program for the youth that they would be able to buy a house in their home state. Something I know you can't handle or talk about tonight, but just to put a bug in, plant the seed there.
Absolutely. And you brought up a point there where talking about collaboration with other entities, a great example of that is when ARPA funds were made available, during post-COVID. We had partnered with Nye County to take, they had set aside a portion of their funds to provide a down payment assistance program specifically for residents of Nye County. And that was the first time we'd created a program like that, but we realized once we did it, it's essentially a turnkey program for anything else like it. And not to say that the funds are going to come from city, county, state, whatever, but really diving in on partnerships with local businesses and even financial institutions that might be looking to satisfy Community Reinvestment Act requirements. So that's something that we are always actively pursuing, looking for grant funds from those entities to continue to offer additional programs that just reach more people.
Well, thank you for what you do. We're happy to assist, and like Councilman Jorgensen said, when you come back next year, hopefully you'll have some good numbers and maybe help somebody here in Boulder City as well.
Yeah, that is absolutely our hope.
Okay.
It's always good after everyone else talks, because then it makes me think a little bit. You talked about emergency. You guys have the assisting for be able. Did you say that it's not available in Clark County or Washoe?
It's not available through Nevada Rural Housing. That would be through Southern Nevada Regional Housing Authority, because they are in charge of all of Clark County.
Okay. And that's the renter assistance also?
Right. It all falls under that umbrella for rental assistance.
Okay, so we have an organization here in Boulder City called Emergency Aid, right? That their mission is very similar to what you just said, to be that step between someone becoming unhoused, just that little extra need that they might have to stay where they're at. That's not something that's not an organization you could work with that could benefit maybe from some of this?
Locally, no, because we don't have that capacity within Clark County through that mechanism for rental assistance. Certainly through Southern Nevada Regional Housing Authority, that I would imagine they would be happy to have more resources.
Okay, that's what I thought I heard you say, but I wasn't sure, and I wanted to make sure, so thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
So your volume cap that you're interested in, we're interested in it because it helps Southern Nevada regional housing. Is that what you're
Well, so
saying?
the bond cap that's part of the resolution today would be pooled for our homeownership programs, which would allow us to keep offering the taxable and tax exempt bond programs, which include Launchpad and the mortgage credit certificate. And so if that bond cap isn't utilized or has a designated purpose by a certain date, I can't remember if it's beginning or end of September, it reverts back to the state and then gets reallocated to wherever there might be additional requests for it. By transferring it to Nevada Rural Housing, we can make sure that it stays rural. We can't ensure that it stays here in Boulder City, but we'd very much like for that to be the case. We'd like to have more activity here, but we can ensure that it stays rural throughout rural Nevada and helps folks buy homes.
Thank you. So it really doesn't require us to give you any money as much as to make available the opportunity to have more money to help more people.
Right. It's just the authority to offer those tax-exempt bonds.
Thank you. So it allows somebody to qualify easier, make a lesser home monthly payment, and have a forgivable portion of what they do.
Correct.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Any other questions? Go ahead.
I just got one last question on legislation. Do you have someone who could speak for you at that level to get maybe a broader vision for what you do, to be able to answer some of the questions we had with helping other groups? Because right now you can't, but legislation can change.
Absolutely. So our executive director, Bill Brewer, can talk at length about that, and perhaps other directors within the agency as well. But Bill's a great first step.
Thank you.
Any other questions? I would entertain a motion to pass resolution 8001.
Move to approve resolution 8001.
I'll second that.
Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Thank you. It passed unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you.
That brings us to our bills. Madam City Attorney.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Before you is Bill number 2080. This bill would approve agreement number 10-1344-2E, a lease agreement between the City of Boulder City and Copper Mountain Solar 3 to allow Copper Mountain Solar 3 the option to change the permitted use of the undeveloped land currently under lease to allow for battery energy storage systems and enter into one or more separate leases to carry out such development. This project started in 2011 when Boulder City leased 1,375 acres in the El Dorado Valley for development of a solar energy generating facility, upon which a 250 megawatt facility was developed. The construction and operation of this facility did not require use of all the land, and there is currently about 29 acres remaining of undeveloped land, and the tenant approached the city to seek the ability to develop that land for battery energy storage. In exchange, the city would receive an upfront payment of $149,000, as well as $2,000 per megawatt annually upon commercial operation of any battery energy storage facilities, in addition to the base lease rent. So this bill would amend and restate the lease to add that option and ability to add the battery storage to the undeveloped land. With that, I'm available for any questions, and representatives of the tenant are here as well.
Right. Any questions? I would accept a motion then to approve bill number 2080.
Move to approve 2080.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. And that brings us to number 12.
Item 12 on your agenda is Bill 2081. This is related to the Copper Mountain 3 leasehold. This bill would approve an agreement terminating the development agreement between the City of Boulder City and Copper Mountain Solar 3. In 2011, when the solar facility was developed, the city entered into a complementary development agreement to have terms to govern the development of the facility. Those terms are typically now in our more modern lease agreements contained in the lease itself, and there's not a separate development agreement. Now that the facility is fully developed and any terms governing the development of the battery energy storage facility is contained within the lease, the city is amenable to mutually agreeing to terminate the current development agreement in place for that land.
Any questions? I would accept a motion.
I'll move to pass bill number 2081.
I'll second that.
Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. Passed unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. We will go to number 13 on our agenda. Mr. City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I'm Ned Thomas, your city manager. Item number 13 is a resolution approving an interlocal agreement between Boulder City, Clark County, and the cities of Henderson, Las Vegas, and North Las Vegas to continue funding for homeless services across southern Nevada. Now, this is only one program. There are many funding sources and many programs for the homeless, but this is one of those. Under this particular interlocal agreement, the homeless services provided include the maintenance of what's called a Homeless Management Information System, or an HMIS. I looked that up to see what it is exactly. The HMIS is a local IT system or a software system. It's designed to gather detailed data and track the provision of housing and services for individuals and families at risk or experiencing homelessness. And the HMIS is a requirement for example, for grants from the Federal Department of Housing and Urban Development, and the HMIS allows us to collect, manage, and report the data in about those experiencing homeless or at risk of homelessness in a manner that makes it usable for tracking those individuals and those services. So in addition to the HMIS, the other two primary services provided under this interlocal agreement are the conducting of a census and evaluation of the data gathered. That's done every 2 years to see what's the size and the distribution of the homeless across southern Nevada. And then, of course, the third one, which is very important, is emergency shelter that is accessible to all of the the cities and the county that are involved in this interlocal agreement. So those emergency shelters, of course, are located over in the valley, but Boulder City has access to those as well through this interlocal agreement. And again, this is only one portion of the funding for that under one local agreement. So there are other programs. Recently, I've had a few inquiries about, well, what is the city of Boulder City doing for homelessness? So this is one of those. This is I always start with saying that we participate in a regional collaboration with our other cities to address homelessness. But in addition, here at the local level, Boulder City provides a portion of its CDBG funding to Boulder City Emergency Aid and other organizations to assist those in need. And I think one example of that emergency aid, I understand, provides rental assistance or assistance with utility payments that helps offset the costs, and that will help to prevent homelessness if people are a little bit tight on their finances. Also, a few years ago, it was mentioned earlier, the city committed $400,000 from its ARPA funding to establish a community resources liaison position in partnership with the Boulder City Hospital. This person, Jennifer Headland, interfaces regularly with people experiencing homelessness in our community, builds trust, and she works with our police and fire departments as well as the hospital, the senior center, and others to help those in need find the resources that are available to them. And then finally, I would just mention that there are other organizations such as Help of Southern Nevada and local churches and others who provide resources to support those in need, such as meals and temporary shelter, bus passes, and the like. So the idea is that when we have individuals experiencing homeless in the community, and we're aware, as a local government, we're aware of resources that are available, that we have the means to connect those people with the resources and the services that are available to them. So with that, again, this is a resolution approving the interlocal agreement among the cities to provide a portion of the funding for those services.
Thank you. So as I hear you, this is one aspect of everything that we do, the emergency aid, the rental, the utility, the, I can't read my writing, the shelter, the liaisons, the help, the churches, the transportation, all of those things we're involved with in Boulder City and helping people in their homeless situation. And I appreciate, what you and the staff have done so well. I talked with, even the police have had a opportunity to help them directly, and it's been a good thing to watch how we've interacted and helped them. So thank you for the direction you've given us and the things that they've done. Any questions or comments?
I should have asked this at the briefing. How do we get who funds the bus passes? And because I know we can get them from police officers, a homeless person can get them from a police officer, or somebody wanted to go home to their family, they're homeless, they want to go home to their family. Who supports the bus passes?
That is a very good question, which I do not know the answer, but I can find out, and I will let you know, definitely.
Thank you. I should have, like I said, I should have asked it yesterday, sorry.
I do know that the police department had mentioned in our briefings that they provide bus passes, and I do know that that is something also that the help of Southern Nevada helps with as well.
Other questions? Go ahead.
Thank you so much, Ned. Every little bit helps. I've worked with the homeless since 2005, and I said it before and I'll say it again. Nevada probably is #1 in the nation to take care of our homeless. They are not forgotten. They walk freely around our streets. A lot of people know them and talk to them, the ones that want to be homeless. There are some, again, like the gentleman said prior to you, that some people are one paycheck away from being homeless, so it's not always, or a fire away from being homeless. It's not always that generic look of a homeless. There's a lot of people that need help, so any assistance that they need, I know personally that they are able to get from anyone here in Boulder City, and I do believe emergency aid gives out bus tickets. My church gives out money to help. We have a lot of different organizations and entities here and over the hill, all of Clark County. Salvation Army is just doing a yeoman's work with the homeless, so every little bit helps, and I know this is only $6,000, but that's just more in the bucket that we give. So thank you for putting this together, and I hope all those who have concerns, I don't see anyone here, but I hope that they know this, and I will make sure that they do. If they don't, that this is available. So thank you for what you do.
You mentioned emergency. I have one other piece of information. I had staff take a look at this, and annually, I mentioned that the city provides annually CDBG funding for rental and utility assistance to residents. Again, that's to more of a prevention of homelessness. So, for example, in fiscal year 22-23, the city provided to emergency aid almost $27,000, $26,825. The following year, 23-24, $27,865, and then in this past year, 24-25, a little over $28,000. So there's a significant amount that's here locally in Boulder City to help people stay out, to prevent them from going into homelessness.
And that's just one organization,
What's one
probably
organization?
out of 10.
Yeah.
So thank you.
And I think one of the things that, we are aware of in Boulder City is our partnership basically with St. Jude's Ranch for Children.
Yes.
Children get homeless as well. And so we are grateful for all the people who work with St. Jude's, and even with their new addition to St. Jude's. But Boulder City obviously has had a huge investment in helping even the children.
I visited St. Jude's just today, actually, and heard about some of the services that they provide specifically to homeless youth, both here in Boulder City and over in the Valley, and it's significant.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Any other questions? I would accept a motion to approve Resolution 8002.
I would be honored to approve Resolution 8002.
Is there a second?
Second that.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. It has been
Thank you.
unanimous. Thank you. And with the length that we're at, we're going to take a 10-minute recess, and we'll be back in 9 minutes and 22 seconds. Thank you.
What's that? Little food, little.
We'll come back to order. We're on number 14,
She needs a second.
and we're going to be there in a second. Go for it.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, and Boulder City residents. I'm Julie Calloway, your Parks and Recreation Director. Tonight, agenda item number 14 is seeking approval of a professional services agreement between VCBO Architecture for the design of the swimming pool project. I'd like to begin by providing a brief history of what got us to this point. With the Boulder City pools being beyond its expected life, pool replacement has been the community's top priority for several years. The project has the support of residents, staff, and City Council. In 2019, City Council established a municipal pool ad hoc committee consisting of 2 council members and 7 community members with experience in pool usage, pool construction, swim teams, and competitive swimming. The committee was tasked with making a recommendation to City Council as to whether to repair the existing pool or replace it and rebuild it. The committee met with user groups, did tours, met with pool professionals, and local swim teams. They created a list of design elements based on the user groups to be included in a new pool facility. Ultimately, after a year and a half of monthly meetings, hearing from pool professionals and user groups, The committee recommended to City Council to replace the existing facility. They also provided a list of design elements to be included in the new facility. The two main elements that they presented were a 25 by 25 competitive pool with proper depth for diving in, and a programming pool. Each of these would have independent filtration systems and also have two different heating systems, because a competitive swimmer likes the water a little bit cooler than a youngster taking a swim lesson, or one of our active seniors taking water aerobics. The funding for the pool has been secured. We currently have $26 million available and an additional $18 million that will become available with the Toll Brothers Track 350 development. We are anticipating receiving the first payment this fall from Toll Brothers sales once they're ready to build. We're looking forward to that. The support of the community with the recent voter-approved use of city funds up to an additional $9 million for the pool construction allowed the project to start sooner than anticipated. After an RFP process, we have selected the architecture design firm VCBO for the design of the future Boulder City pool. While we don't know the exact footprint of the pool or all the features yet, we do know that it was the desire of the Boulder City community to have the pool at Broadbent Park. We are looking forward to working with VCBO on this community pool project. I'm going to have Jim come up and let you know a little bit more about the process.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm Jim Keene, your city engineer, and I'm here to talk to you a little bit about Construction Manager at Risk, also known as CMAR. It's a procurement method we like to use for this project. We want to use this, whoops, wrong one. We want to use this method because it gets us a better final product. It may not be a cheaper way to go, but we get a better bang for our buck, as it were. So we'd like to go that route. It gets the city staff, the consultant, and the construction manager at risk, the CMAR, working as a team to provide that better product. Through early selection of the CMAR to help with design and budget, they keep us within the budget we need. The CMAR provides reviews of the plans as we're going along. They provide us estimates, and they say, hey, we're getting out of the budget amount, and we can look at restructuring things or taking things out. Or if we're way under budget, we say, hey, we can add this in, we can add that in, something of that nature. All this helps manage and reduce the risk to the city and to the team. The CMAR provides a guaranteed maximum price as we get to the final design. They'll give us a guaranteed this is what we can build this for. And then we move on to the process of CMAR is we're at the first step right now, hiring the design firm, VCBO. We went through our typical RFQ process, our request for statements of qualifications to select VCBO. We had 9 firms submit statements of qualifications. We interviewed 4, and VCBO came out on top. The whole committee, it was unanimous, picked them. So, with hiring VCBO, they'll start working on the plans. They'll get us to between 20 and 30%, and then we'll go out for another RFQ for hiring the construction manager at risk. They need to have something to look at to know what they're submitting on. So once we get them on board, we'll do 2 contracts with the construction manager at risk. The first one will be pre-construction, and that will get us them on the team working with us to go from 30% to 100% plans, permitting, and then we're ready to get to construction. Once we get to that point, that's why I said we negotiate the guaranteed maximum price with the CMAR. If we unfortunately couldn't get to a guaranteed agreed price, we could go out to bids, but hopefully we don't get there. We'd rather use the CMAR that we've selected because they're a qualifications-based firm. So, We will have a contract with VCBO once we get to construction. It will be a smaller contract for a little construction management that will help us with answering questions during construction. They can do some inspections. Hey, is this going together right? Come out and look at it for us, things of that nature. But then we'll also hire a construction management firm like we do on a lot of our projects to have somebody there full-time watching out for us during construction, doing project management, doing daily inspections, things of that nature. And then, like, the overarching goal of the CMAR is that we get to construction and we have either no or minimal change orders and no claims at all towards the end, and we get a really better product. We will have in the guaranteed maximum price like a contingency, like force account you see in some of our other projects. Unfortunately, there's always something that comes up, so we do want to have some money in there, whether it's something we didn't know about or something somebody, hey, we're under construction, and all of a sudden, hey, this is a great idea. Could we add this in? And nobody had ever thought of it before. So with that, we have two representatives from VCBO. I have Pablo Gote and Brent Tippett. They're going to give you a little background on the firm, some of their experience, and then we'll open it up for questions.
Good evening. I'm Pablo Gotai with VCBO Architecture. This is Brent Tippett, also with VCBO Architecture. Our firm has been in business for approximately 52 years. Designed pools for most of that time. We're grateful to be invited to work in Boulder City. We understand that you had many good options to choose from, and we're honored to be selected. Really, it's just our goal to give you the pool that your city desires. We have met with the committee for the first time this afternoon and come to understand some of the work that was done previously to get to this point. Understand that there was previous studies done in 2001 and 2021. Take information from those studies and hopefully improve upon the product to give you the best possible result. I am going to guess at how to flip through these. So these are, I'm going to go really quick because there's more slides than you want to sit here for all night. So these are just some aquatic centers we've done throughout the Mountain West. Foothills Recreation, Pinedale Aquatic, again Pinedale, Wasatch County Aquatics. And really, what I guess I'm asking you to look at here is more that we've done all types of pools, not necessarily that we've done one certain type. We've done play pools, we've done competition pools, we've done leisure pools. And that's really what the purpose of showing you so many different pools is, not just to show you that we did 100 pools, it's to show you we've done all types of pools. And so we're qualified to do whatever pool you desire. Given that, I'm happy to answer any questions you might have or any information you might be looking for.
Questions?
We've talked about ADA tonight. Are you going to have an end that walks in so that we have people that can't climb over the edge can walk in and out? Is that standard or is that something different?
ADA access is standard, and we will have at minimum a walk-in place for any ADA person, elderly, whatever reason. There will be a walk-in point. Some pools do have a zero entry for a prolonged distance. We have discussed that. It is a possibility, but obviously we haven't even started the design yet, so we don't know how that would be integrated. But at minimum, there will be an ADA walk-in point.
Thank you.
Is that something that is the walk-in is required by ADA, or can you do a lift instead?
You could do a lift.
Based on space, right?
You could do a lift. There's obviously maintenance associated with that. There's, operation, who's going to run the lift. Somebody's got to observe the lift. So there's different reasons for doing lifts versus a walk-in, but both are possible and both comply with ADA requirements.
Great. I see you've done indoor facilities, which
Correct.
is kind of where we're headed, right?
Yes.
So the materials for your, the shell your HVAC, the variety of things are different, as I understand, for indoor pools and the atmosphere that are there that could be potentially caustic based on the chlorine vapor, right?
That's
Or
correct.
Is that, yeah?
Mostly we'll want to make sure that we do not put any rusting materials. Obviously, any rust in a pool facility, you have evidence in your own pool facility of what can happen when the wrong products are mixed. You know, electrical panels in wet areas, things that just cause safety hazards. There are certain paints that help prevent rusting. We use aluminum doors and frames in lieu of hollow metal to make sure that, you know, aluminum won't rust. Some of the obvious things. Mechanically, we use pressurization to keep the moist air out of the office areas. So those can, you know, you can still have carpet and nicer areas where the offices are and softer areas by just use of the mechanical units to keep the moisture out.
Thank you. I'm not going to get into the whole design of it. You guys are the experts.
Either are we yet.
Yeah, appreciate it. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you. I always like to go to the websites. It says a lot about who you are, and your website is top-notch.
Thank you.
Just got to say that off the top. I just have one question. So when do you have standard requests for athletes that require special details when it comes to pools?
Yes, and those will apply to your competition pool.
That's the word I was looking for, competition.
Yeah, for instance, one of the things we've talked about is a potential size for your pool would be a 25 meter by 25 yard pool. And the reason you do that is because some meets are measured in meters and some are in yards. So it really sounds like it's basically a square pool, but it's very different in the timing of competitions. So little things like that, knowledge that a competition pool should be at least 5 feet deep so that somebody can do a flip turn on one end. The ramifications of what happens when the pool is deeper versus shallower. All those things will be taken into account to make sure that we give you the ideal competition pool.
Thank you. Hope to see you back again.
I hope so too, otherwise something's gone really wrong.
So I saw in there that it talked about that your services will also include demolition drawings of taking down the old that needs to be taken down. And I'm 100% that you are so much smarter than myself in this. However, I am going to ask the question. Our new pool that we currently have that's old was built on our old pool, which has created some of the problems that currently exist with the new old pool. And so I know that you know that. And we won't put a third new pool on top of an old pool, right?
That would not be our goal, no.
Fantastic, that's what I want to hear.
I don't even know how to expand on that.
Good.
No, we will not put a third pool on top of the second or
Fantastic.
first pool.
I'm just pointing out the obvious in
Yep.
case, for some crazy reason, it gets overlooked.
No.
But I am very excited about the process moving forward. We're putting a lot of confidence in you. This is a long overdue project for us and a greatly anticipated one in our community. And we love our community and want to make something really special here. And I look forward to you providing that for us. So thank you.
And we are very grateful for your confidence in us. I know that it's hard when you have a project that's going to come once in a lifetime for a lot of the residents of Boulder City. To choose someone to put their trust in, and we are very grateful you have chosen us for that really meaningful task.
What's your timeline from the time you start the design till you anticipate it being done?
So the timeline can vary slightly depending on the CMAR selection process that was mentioned earlier, but the goal would be to do the design in 9 to 12 months, hopefully towards the 9 months. And then the construction should take approximately 18 months ahead on top of that. So let's say conservatively, you're about 30 months out from having your new pool structure constructed and hopefully the first divers jumping in.
So our third-story pool, as it were, we will have to shut it down.
It is our goal to keep the existing pool in service as long as possible. We realize that that is one of the amenities that the community enjoys, and although at some point we will have to shut it down for demolition, it is our goal to keep it open as long as possible to serve your community.
So if the design takes 9 months, likely it will still be there for 9 months at least.
At least 9 months. As I said, the design might get expanded depending on the CMAR process. There also is going to be bidding and permitting, so there might be a few extra months. I would assume it's going to be open for approximately another year.
Okay. Swim fast. All right. Any other questions? All right. So if there are no other questions, I would accept.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you. I move to pass resolution number 8003.
Second that.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay. Thank you. It's unanimous. Thank you.
Thank you very
Appreciate you coming. That brings us to item number 15. Madam City Attorney.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Good evening again. Before you is item number 15, which is discussion and direction on the regulation of animal breeding in light of guidance received by the Nevada Attorney General's Office. So as you know, over the past couple of years, staff has identified various issues related to our animal control code. Include one requirement that all animals be spayed or neutered. However, there is an exception in our current code if the person holds a valid breeder's permit issued in the state of Nevada. However, the Boulder City Municipal Code does not currently address when or how a breeder's permit may be issued. So in finding this issue, we looked to see what regulating breeding might look like. We looked at surrounding jurisdictions, and we also considered the possibility of prohibiting breeding altogether. But after a review of state law, we found NRS 574-353, which generally requires all local governments in the state to regulate breeding. And it also requires the city to permit anyone who qualifies. So my office interpreted this to be a preemption on the city's ability to prohibit breeding within our jurisdiction. In bringing a bill forward, of course, our community was very passionate about this issue, and rightfully so. It's very important in our community, and a lot of individuals were concerned that the city should have the ability to prohibit breeding. So we thought we should cross our T's and dot our I's, and the state law allows us to seek an opinion from the Attorney General's office to interpret state law in circumstances like this. And so my office contacted the Attorney General's office to seek such an opinion, just to make sure that my interpretation was correct and that the city could not prohibit breeding. On June 12, 2025, the City Attorney's Office received that opinion, concurring with my office's interpretation that NRS 574-353 does require the City of Boulder City to adopt an ordinance to regulate animal breeding and preempts the city's ability to prohibit commercial breeding, but did clarify that the city is allowed to prohibit breeding as a hobby, which means not for any monetary compensation. So before you today is some questions that we're seeking direction on. I included the draft ordinance that was drafted previously by my office. It is simply a draft. It is not a recommendation, but it is a starting point for this council to discuss today. In addition to that draft ordinance, I have also included as a handout, we have a table which shows the other jurisdictions in Southern Nevada that regulate this and what their requirements are as far as how old an animal has to be before they're allowed to breed, how many animals you're allowed to have that are breeding animals, how many litters they're allowed to have each year, or what time frame they're allowed to have a litter, any space inspection requirements, zoning restrictions, what the fees there are for permits, as well as fines for violations. and whether breeding as a hobby is regulated. So this ordinance is here for your discussion, and the questions I have for you is, how does the city council want to go about regulating breeding in the city? Again, the Attorney General's office clarified that while we cannot prohibit breeding, we can enact very stringent regulations to ensure that it takes place responsibly. And so some of the ordinance contemplates that. And so the draft ordinance is there. Do we want to pass that as it is? Do we want to make any changes? Again, the other jurisdictions ordinance are also provided. I also have a handout with a table of all the actual language, which is the same thing really summarized here. But if you want to see the actual language, that's also there. And does the city council wish to regulate breeding as a hobby in the same manner as commercial breeding? Las Vegas and Clark County, Las Vegas and Clark County and Henderson both regulate breeding as a hobby in the same manner as commercial breeding, whereas Las Vegas only regulates commercial breeding. So with that, I'm open to council's direction. I'm happy to go into more detail or answer any questions.
Thank you. So as I look at your information on page 5 of 19, but under our total package, page 438 of 490, as well as 439, that's what you're alluding to, what you wrote down as the proposed regulation for Boulder City.
That's correct. That's the current draft before you. And again, it's not a recommendation, it's just a starting point, and we're waiting for City Council's direction.
Okay, thank you. And then that's reflected in your table.
Correct.
Under Boulder City draft.
Correct.
And as we look at Clark County and Las Vegas and Henderson, we have the ability then to say what we would like new and different or the same as one of those 3 other entities, all of which have stood the test of the Attorney General being able to say, yes, those are all okay.
Correct. The state law just requires that it's regulated to some extent.
And so when we look at the table, I'll call it, the Boulder City draft would suggest we could have 3 dogs or cats total, whereas Clark County says you could have 8 dogs or cats, and Las Vegas 6 dogs or cats under ages, and Henderson 5 dogs and 5 cats or 5 rabbits. Good luck with having only 5 rabbits. Did I say that? And then for the age of breeding, your draft looks at 2 years versus Clark County's 1 year or older cats, etc., and then no minimum age, and then number of litters. The draft talks about 1 every 2 years versus the other jurisdictions, 1 litter per year or 2 litters in 18 months. And then the space, the draft talks about 40 square feet, and Clark County doesn't have a requirement or an inspection, but your draft does allow for an inspection, correct?
Yes, that's correct. The Boulder City draft is the most stringent of the jurisdictions. It is the highest age before an animal is allowed to breed at 2 years. The limit is once every 2 years for a litter. And then, unlike the other ordinances, we would have minimum space requirements, 40 square feet for indoor and 1,000 square feet for outdoor. And there is a proposal that it's limited to the R120 zone or higher. And that's the residential zoning district of the very large lots. There's only, I think, one R120 in our city currently. And so that's a requirement that the other jurisdictions do not have.
When you say there's only one R120, one house or one?
No, one district.
One district?
Mm-hmm.
And where is that?
It's Bee Hill. Bee Hill.
Okay. And then zoning, again, the R20, and then the permit fee. The draft talks about 250 versus, some of them say 800, or versus 50 versus 200. And then the fines, 500 or 750 or 1,000 on increasing areas. And so we would be similar on that to Henderson, for instance. And then the breeding is a hobby. We don't have anything that your drafting says to do anything about.
The draft currently is more tailored towards commercial breeding. It's under businesses involving animals. It's kind of more like Las Vegas's, which that's Las Vegas's as well. But it could be easily amended to apply to both, so that anybody who wished to breed, whether they're doing it for compensation or doing it for, they just like their dogs and want to see more of them. So they, that type of thing. That could also require a permit to ensure that it's regulated. So it's up to council. But this ordinance only really talks about commercial breeding.
So breeding as a hobby would basically say you're not charging for the offspring.
Correct.
Okay. And then where are we with the numbers other than that? Anything else in the draft that we need to put down? So if we were just to go down the draft and say, are we comfortable with the number? Are we comfortable with the breeding years? Are we comfortable? Do we have anything in here that talks about neutering or anything else?
Well, they wouldn't be required to be spayed or neutered. The puppies would be once they're 4 months or older, unless a valid breeder's permit is sought and issued.
And that's current.
Yeah, well, no, that's, yes, it's current in that all dogs or cats that are 4 months or sorry, I think it's 5 months or older in our code, not 4 months. I was confusing it with the license requirement. 5 months or older have to be spayed or neutered. That's current in our code.
Okay, so we're not addressing that
No.
at all? Okay. Okay, questions?
I have questions. Good. So at the beginning, we talk about, the need to allow and then regulate commercial, and I'm going to use air quotes. What would we define or that constitutes commercial breeding?
Commercial breeding would be selling the offspring.
Could we add and a business license to do so?
Yes, the current draft would require the person to obtain a business license and a home occupation permit.
Great. Okay, so that's how we would constitute the commercial
Yes.
enterprise. All right, thank you. And I'll point out to my fellow council members, in the briefing yesterday, I asked our community development director, we have between 55 and 75 lots in total in the entire city that are R120 or bigger. So that's very, very limited in the number there. And then the costs, we talked about $250 plus actual costs. I'd like us to find a way in our discussion in the down this evening, and I won't get into it right now, but if we could further define actual costs rather than leave it quite so vague. And we talked about that at length yesterday in the briefing that I had with staff, and there are some ideas, and maybe we can ask our city attorney what those ideas could be about that. And then I think it's my last question, yeah. So in one of the, or at least one of the sample ordinances, they talk about rabbits. Do we need to address that at all, or if it's silent, then it's not permissible?
I would defer to our, I believe we have police and our animal control department here to help answer that question.
I'm not suggesting that we allow it. I just want to know what the language should say if we don't want to allow it, or if it's silent, then it's not permitted. I think that's more of a legal question, actually, than a animal control question.
If it's silent, it just would not be regulated. So I
So it
brought-
could be allowed, just not
Correct.
regulated.
Correct. So that's why I asked Brendan to come up, because he could really speak about whether it's been an issue,
Okay.
if you'd
Okay.
like.
Yeah, thank
Okay.
you, yeah.
Good evening. It has not been an issue. It has not come up in the past few years, so I don't have any concerns about it right now.
Okay, thanks. Those are my questions for now, Mayor, thanks.
Thank you. Others? Go ahead.
Would that also apply then to other animals, say chickens or goats?
Yes, it would not be regulated. They just would remain unregulated as they are now.
Okay, this just specifies cats and dogs?
Correct.
Okay.
I like almost everything in this list here. I have just two that I'd like to see changed for a couple of reasons. We're asking that a dog not breed, but except every 2 years, which that is the way it should be. But I believe we should take what Las Vegas has done and go with the 6 dogs and cats over the age of 1 year and 10 dogs or cats under the age of 3 months because of puppies. So we're not addressing how many dogs and cats you can have or if they have to be puppies, but Las Vegas has designated that you can have so many dogs and you can have so many small animals under the age of 3 months. So I like that verbiage better, and I like not seeing them having enough female dogs to really alternate the every 2 years, and so that animal control can go and see that they are complying with that. And the other change that I'd like to see, I liked Steve's on defining what the actual cost is, and I do like to see us as a hobby regulated as a yes, like Clark County and Henderson did. If you're going to be breeding dogs, whether you're giving them away or selling them, to me, you're creating the problem that we don't want to see in Boulder City, and that's overabundance of animals. And those were the things that I agree with everything on here other than that, those 2 items.
So if I can reiterate, then, and let me ask the question, so how many dogs and cats are we allowed now? Don't we have a level, didn't we talk about this? We have a maximum 6 animals you can have?
You can have up to 3, just regular, if you're not breeding, just if you would like to have pets, you can have up to 3, but then we passed the fancier foster permit, which would allow you up to 6 if you were an animal enthusiast or wish to foster animals. And so, and just to be clear, the animal licensing requirement doesn't kick in until the animal reaches the age of 4 months. So realistically, the limit is when the animal is over 4 months, is when it would kick in. So, and then that gives the individual that amount of time to sell the puppies, but then once they're 4 months, they have to have a license, et cetera. So, and they'll have to be spay or neutered at 5 months, and so you'd have to get, if you had more than 3, you'd have to get the fancier foster permit, and that would still only allow you up to 6. So if you still had puppies or kittens for longer than the 4 months, you would, and it was over those limits, then you would be in violation. So if you had, say, something like Las Vegas, which kind of has a higher amount for between the ages of 3 months and 1 year, that could help cover that scenario. Or if the public policy is really to say you have 4 months to sell the puppies or kittens, then that's the public policy as well. So it's however the council really wishes to direct us on that.
And this doesn't affect our fancier's permit?
No. This still would, even if you had a fancier foster permit, that requires those animals to be spay or neutered. So you would still be only allowed 3 breeding animals.
Okay.
So unless the council wished to have more than that, that would have to be specified.
Okay. Other questions?
I do. Brittany, so I just wanted to clarify, this is a federal law that we have to have a breeding ordinance?
No, it's a state statute.
State,
Yeah.
okay.
Mhm.
So, and the state is saying we cannot prohibit this?
Correct.
That's correct. So
Yeah.
we're stuck with what we have now. We're just trying to figure out how we want it to look.
Correct.
So one of the questions that came to me earlier on my email was the fines, that they should be stringent. And here it says 1,000, what was it? 100 for the first offense, 250 for the second. Is that correct?
That is Clark County's.
This is just Clark County.
Yeah, our draft fines are 500 for the first violation, 750 for the second, and 1,000 for the third and subsequent.
Can that be higher?
Yeah, it can be set, it's set by council, and these would be civil fines. You know, as you know, we decriminalized animal control violations, so they would be civil fines.
Okay, that's one of my questions. The other one is, apparently we're a no-kill shelter. So if you find that you have breeders that are just letting animals go and they end up at the shelter, how do we handle that? Will these animals be tagged that we know that they came from this breeder? How do we correlate that the breeder's doing what they're supposed to do and animals are not running loose?
Right. I believe that part of the breeder's permit would be microchipping and requiring if they're selling the animals, requiring the new owner to microchip. So that would be the way we would be able to identify them and identify that they came from that breeder.
So do you, I don't know if this question you can answer or not, do we have people that are currently breeding that we're tracking right now? I said there's
believe-
no law or anything, but I mean, do you know people that?
I don't know of anybody specific, but I do believe that it occurs. In the past, we have had, this year, we've had a few litters that have been surrendered to the shelter. So it does happen.
What do you do with them when they're surrendered to the shelter?
We get them the medical, get them microchipped, everything they need, and then they're up for adoption.
Okay, so having this law would be something that we could hold that against the breeder to say, okay, you're gonna have to pay X amount of dollars if you have these animals and now you don't want them.
Right. It would hold them accountable by requiring them to have the permit.
Okay, and I wasn't familiar with the R180, 140, and 120, but I understand 120 is out by Bee Hill somewhere, so this breeding should not take place in the average neighborhood? Is there a certain square foot home, like if you own a 4,000 square foot home, yes?
Yeah, I mean, that's really up for council's discussion today. So, you know, there's minimum space requirements, there's the limiting it to what zones it can occur in. It can be done either way or both. Like, we have it in the draft, it's both. But if the council can say not limit where it occurs in zoning, or they can limit where it occurs in zoning, it's up to council's direction today.
Okay, and the last
Yeah.
question I had is inspections. Can we say how many inspections we want done, like quarterly, monthly, yearly? That's all part of it as well?
We currently have it proposed at an initial inspection and an annual thereafter. And that is consistent with other jurisdictions like Clark County and Las Vegas. Henderson, I'm not sure, requires an inspection. Their code does not say it's required, it just says it's permissive. So I don't know if they require it or not.
Okay, and if someone calls,
The animal control can always do a welfare check. So if they get a call that something is a violation, they can call and come in and check up on it.
okay, that's all I have, thank you.
Thank you.
So, if you have multiple dogs or cats that you're breeding, do we keep track of how many litters? I mean, are they required to give us the information so that we know that they are only breeding that specific animal every 2 years?
Not under the current draft, but that's something that could be required. We could require reporting of breeders to report how many litters they have and how many kittens or puppies there were and what the breed was. We could require that.
Well, I was just wondering, because it says one per every 2 years. So if we're requiring that, I was wondering how we knew if that was happening or not.
I would say just with the annual inspections would be under the current draft, the only control over that. But like I said, the council, if reporting requirements are desired, we could certainly require them to, when they apply, provide an annual report of how many litters there were, which dogs produced the litter, how many puppies, what breed they were. We could require all of
So their
that.
license is not specific to an animal, it's general to the process.
To the breeder.
Yeah, to the breeding process.
Mhm.
Secondly, I guess when I look at 10 cats or dogs under the age of 3 months, there's no guarantee that that dog's going to have, or cat under 10. I mean, heaven help the mama. But if you had more than 10, you had more than 10, right? So I guess in that situation, I would rather see it be, as opposed to a number, a month thing, so that then it gives them adequate time to be able to have the animals, you know, we really can't limit what happens.
Sorry, that's a typo on my part. That should say over the age of 3 months. The city of Las Vegas doesn't limit the number of animals under the age of 3 months.
Okay.
It's over the age of, so to capture that gap between 3 months and 1 year. I
Okay.
apologize, that was my fault.
Okay, I'm thinking, I just don't know how we're going to do that.
I had it right in the staff report, but when I put it in the chart, I somehow wrote under and not over.
Well, that makes me feel a lot
I
better.
apologize.
I was like, that's impressive that Las Vegas can do that. So, okay. So, but I still think I like the idea of there being a month attached to it as opposed to maybe say a number. Because we already attach a number at the beginning of how many can be bred.
I believe that well, I guess this is the time for question, not discussion up here, so I'll leave it. Well, I guess I do have a question, but I'll defer to you if you have more. Question. Do we have the ability, if we choose in an ordinance, to require the commercial breeder to report to animal control when they're under active breeding, or the dog or cat is I don't know if pregnant's the right word in animal speak or not, but if that's the case, can we require that so that animal control can keep track of, what's going on in town, and not just maybe finding out if there's some that end up at the shelter, but specifically as part of their licensing to require that?
Yeah, we could require the timing be, upon when the animal is pregnant or engaging in breeding activity. We could require that report be due within, beforehand, or I guess it's hard to predict those things,
Right. But when
within
it's
30 days
active,
of finding out.
yeah.
But I would say that the same goal could be accomplished by simply requiring it annually, because we have to do annual inspections for renewal of the permit, et cetera. So as long as you required it annually for them to say, these dogs were pregnant, this is how many litters they have, or are currently pregnant, and et cetera, I think annual reporting would meet the intent just fine, because then we would still know which dogs had a litter, what breed they were.
So you're suggesting that in the inspection, those questions will be asked and answered. So there will be a questionnaire that the animal control officer will go down through when they do the initial and annual inspection.
Yeah, it would be on the
Okay.
renewal application form, that
Okay.
when they have to reapply to get their license renewed, they would have to report all that to
Okay,
animal
fair enough.
control.
Then
Would
that
be the
accomplishes-
simplest, yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would be much more
Yeah.
straightforward. And then the other question, if we choose to say in our ordinance that anything other than commercial breeding, i.e. hobby or backyard or whatever the term will be, is not allowed, it's just flat not allowed, then we don't need to regulate it. We don't need to have anything controlling it because it's not allowed.
Correct. We are allowed to prohibit breeding as a hobby.
Okay, so we wouldn't necessarily need to add any hobby breeding language. We can just say it's just not allowed.
Yep.
And there it sits.
Mhm.
Okay, I think those are my questions there.
I'm just smiling now.
Hobby, okay.
I have a question.
Some of us can't control what animals do. So are we talking about a requirement for spay and neuter?
Yeah, I mean, right now, if someone's animal had a litter and it was not expected, we could ticket that person for failure to spay or neuter, and we probably would. And that would then they'd have to pay a fine, and that would be the consequence.
Do we have that in place?
Yes, that's in place.
Okay.
I do know a couple of people that breed animals. And what happens, sometimes they get a dog that is, it's got a problem, either a hip problem or it's blind or something like that. And a lot of times they keep that animal. Would that be, are they allowed to keep 3 animals as their own personal animals with this breeding license? Or would that be something that we need to address for a disabled animal that they do keep?
It'd be something to clarify, I think, that if you want to allow a person to keep more than 3 animals that they're breeding, that you would say, in addition to the 3, they're allowed to have so many spay or neutered pets in addition to that.
Yeah,
that would probably need clarification.
That would be the clarification, that they were spayed or neutered due to a disability, or that they couldn't sell them, or whatever happened, or they fell in love with them or something. But that does happen periodically, especially in breeders. Right?
Yeah, and alternatively, they could apply for the fancier foster permit in conjunction with that. So if they had 3 breeding animals and wanted 6, and had the 3 that weren't breeding, they were spayed and neutered, they could apply for the fancier foster permit, and that could achieve that same goal.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Councilman Jordan.
Oh, no, that's what I,
Okay.
that's what I was going to say, is in that situation, then that seems perfect for the fancier permit, because that falls right in line with that.
Yeah.
Brittany, does this, I can't see a lot of people breeding, but would this require extra manpower at the shelter?
It depends on how the council, under this current ordinance, it would be restricted to 1 area. So I don't want to speak for Brendan, but.
One person per area?
Well, it'd be under this proposal, again, unless it's changed, it would only be 1 area where breeding is allowed to occur in the city at this time. If the rezoning restrictions were removed and this could be required elsewhere, I mean, I think I'm not sure what the demand would be. We'd have to.
I would agree with the zoning restrictions in place. It sounds like it's limited somewhat. I can tell you with the fancier permits we've been able to handle that with our current staff. So I think it's just going to depend on the zoning.
Is that something that you may want to have written in as a fallback? Like if there get to be too many, we need another person in the shelter?
Yeah, I think that would definitely be a good idea.
I mean, if we're writing it now, you better get it in there,
Right.
because you may get stuck.
We typically, we typically wait and see what the impact is, and at that point, we can budget for staff. So we wouldn't typically write that in the ordinance, because I mean, there's a lot of changes have fiscal impacts or cause, but you can accommodate it in your fee structure as well. If it's costing more staff time and requiring us to hire staff, we can relook at the fee structure as well. So I think that's really the better way to address it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Along those lines, I have another question, Mayor.
Go ahead.
Similar to our tavern and liquor license and the limitation that we can allow on those, do we have the latitude to put a limit on the number of commercial breeders allowed in town?
Yeah, we absolutely could do that. It would, I think it would be valuable to base that on a metric. It is difficult, that tavern license is based on population with breeding. There are lots of different types of animals that are bred, and so it's kind of difficult to, I guess, come up with what that number should be.
Okay.
But it's something we could absolutely do.
Well,
we could limit it to a certain amount of
If it
licenses.
makes it too difficult to pin down, then it's not enforceable and not manageable. So I just wanted to ask the question.
Mhm.
Yeah. Thanks.
So where I'm coming from, it would be interesting to just go down this list and say, which one do we want on every level, or do we want to discuss the whole thing so for instance, I would say, do we want to, as a council, say to ourselves right now, do we want the Boulder City draft, do we want the Clark County draft, do we want the Las Vegas draft, do we want the Henderson draft, or do we want to amend the Boulder City draft? So right now, the Boulder City draft talks about 3 dogs and 3 cats total. The Henderson does the 6 dogs or cats over the age of 1. It's a little more defined than, we're just talking 3. So my question is, are we comfortable with the Las Vegas, or are we more comfortable with the draft that we're proposing in the draft for Boulder City?
I like your idea, Mayor, to just go line by line, see which one we want
Right.
to keep or amend.
And that's where I'm asking that
Okay.
number of animals for breeding. What do we want to do?
I'm good with the Boulder City draft on that number.
Okay, anybody else?
Good with the 3 dogs and cats.
I like the 6 dogs with what Sherry brought up, that they just have to be spayed or neutered after a certain age. Is that how you said it, Sherry, on that one?
I was saying, like when you said, if there was a dog that was born blind or whatever, and they decided to keep it based on that, then could they have more than 6? I think that the fancier license actually covers that aspect of that. I just think if we stuck just right with breeding the dogs that were capable, I'm not so sure you would want to breed a dog that had some sort of a difficulty or disability at that point, so that would place that dog in a different section away from breeding into ownership differently. So,
then I would eliminate all that and just say 6 dogs or cats is what I would.
Yeah, I think the Foster fancier covers that. I'm not in
I agree
favor
with
of
you after all the
bouncing that.
conversation. I just like 6 dogs because I hate to see the mamas being bred too much.
Can I ask for an explanation for that from you about 6, like your reasoning behind that? Just because I want to get the idea for why you said that, because you probably have more experience than I do with this.
Well, because usually you have a little stud dog that has really good lines, and so you use that for your male. And then that leaves the other 2, and sometimes they don't go into heat, so I hate to see them overutilize one dog just to try to make their living breeding. So by having more, that allows you to go back and forth. And Brendan may be able to speak about how sometimes female dogs don't come into heat, and that's. I'd like to hear what you have to say about that.
So I'm sorry, can you?
We're talking about how many dogs or cats that you can have to breed with.
Right.
What is your thought process on it? I'm thinking 6 because I hate to see the mama dog maybe overutilized, or she doesn't come in heat, so they overutilize another dog.
Right. I think there was a portion of the proposal that mentioned only breeding once every 2 years.
Correct.
So again, if it's 3 dogs, they're going to have less litters. If they want to have more litters, they're going to need more dogs. I do think the 2 years time frame is beneficial for the dog. So like you said, so the dog's not being overbred. But as far as the exact number, that's up to you.
It doesn't matter to you? Okay.
Well, Koki, when you say 6 dogs, and then you're talking about having extra dogs on top of that, that may be
No.
disabled. So you're talking 6 in a household, period?
6 breeding dogs total. Because if you have other dogs, let's say you had a dog that was disabled, you're going to spay and neuter and microchip it. Spay or neuter or microchip it. That dog is no longer a breeding dog. We're only talking about breeding dogs.
Right, but that would be 7 dogs in a household.
No. That would only be 6 breeding dogs, and then the other dog that was spayed or neutered would go under the fancier foster permit.
Right, still in the same household.
Same in households, yes, but it wouldn't be breeding.
Right, I get that. It just seems like a lot of dogs in one house.
I'm good with that, whatever you say.
3 for fancier too.
Yeah, however it ends up, I won't cry about it. I just think it should be 6.
Okay, so my question being, because I think you addressed this, is that the 1 litter every 2 years hopefully should address that, right?
Right.
So if you have 6 dogs, then you just have more puppies being born because you're continuously having more and more litters.
Right.
And so if the overall goal is to not overbreed, I don't know, it would seem to me that less dogs meant less breeding. I don't know. So that's just So I think, I like the 3 dogs and cats only because I think then it truly, if what we're saying here, because everything else along this, we'll talk about it later, screams, we want to limit breeding in Boulder City.
I can go with 3. It doesn't matter to me. I'm
Okay.
not going to die on that one.
Okay, not yet. Okay, thank you.
So as I feel this coming together, we like the Boulder City draft. And by the way, it says 3 dogs or cats.
Mm-hmm.
It's not just dogs.
And or.
But you can hide cats real easy.
We need to clarify that. Does that mean and or? Or?
In the draft, it's total. So 3 dogs or
3
cats.
Or 1 dog and 2 cats?
Correct.
Or whatever the.
No, it cannot exceed 3.
3.
That's right.
Okay.
I do want to clarify something too. In the draft, currently the current proposal for the zoning restrictions, that does only apply to dogs. We could apply it to both. So I just wanted to make sure that was clarified.
So the R7s or the R10s could have cats breeding, not just.
Correct. Under the current draft, but again, we could apply it to all breeding.
So I feel consensus that we're talking about 3 dogs or cats.
Correct.
Total.
Correct.
Is that what I feel?
Yep.
Okay.
Okay, we're moving on to the age of breeding,
Perfect.
and that's 2 years. Anybody have any issues with that?
I'm not here.
Okay. And number of litters, 1 every 2 years, and reporting yearly with your license.
Perfect.
Is that okay?
Yep.
How do you control that?
We have a report
inspection.
yearly that we require for your license for breeding.
Okay, number of litters.
It's an honor system.
So, okay, so
Well-
it would have to be an honor system.
Well, we could issue a fine. If they violated, and if they're in violation, we could not renew their breeder's permit. So if they broke that law and they had another litter within 2 years, we could deny their permit and also fine them for
Can they
violating. it.
self-report? I mean, you got 2 dogs there, you make
Oh,
them
you're
litter
saying for the
quicker.
reporting? I mean, we also have annual inspection requirements, so we would have to go in and we would see evidence, that, that the dog has been bred more than once. I mean, in 2 years, could be pregnant again or something like that, that we would see, that would be evident, things like that.
So all of these are requiring a yearly inspection and a yearly
Yes.
renewal of the license to breed.
Yes,
These aren't just animals, they're breeding animals.
correct.
And so I was at 1 every 2 years, reporting annually and inspection annually, correct?
Correct.
Is everybody okay with that?
Yes.
And then space and inspection requirements. And again, as the attorney talks to us, the R120 is for dogs for the 1,000 square feet outdoor, and 40 square feet indoor applies to dogs or to cats?
Yes,
Or
both of those under the current draft only apply to dog breeding, but it could apply to both. It's really, or neither. It's really up to council's direction.
So I think we would be comfortable with making sure that applies to dogs. Do we want any of that to apply to cats?
No, I don't.
I don't either. Cats are,
Does our animal control officer have any input on whether we need a cat space?
I mean, cats are going to take up a lot less space, so.
Do we need to identify an amount of space, or would that just be covered in your
Yeah, I
inspection,
think
whether
we
it's
would-
suitable or not?
Right. When we would inspect the property, we would check the area, make sure they have plenty of room, and I think that'd be.
Okay, I'm okay with that.
okay. And then zoning restrictions, we've talked about that, the R20 or
Higher.
not, or higher, it had to be at least 20. Do we have any hires?
Yes.
What are the hires?
R80, R180.
R1,
Yeah,
Where's that,
Is that a
where's that
home?
area?
that's a lot. That's a nice home. There's one being built on the lake on a R. Isn't that one being built, the single-family home down there
We're getting them all.
by Lake View Estates on R180?
Vast majority of the R180 is at the southern end of the community, near the corrals.
I was just saying the R180, how, that's 80,000 square feet?
Correct.
Yeah.
Minimum lot size is 80,000.
Yeah.
So if we said the R20 or higher, as it says, we would be comfortable with that,
Absolutely.
correct?
Mayor, I've got a concern about that.
Okay.
If we have a space requirement of 40 square feet indoor and 1,000 square feet outdoor, and it's inspected and considered suitable, a 20,000 square foot lot, as the smallest, is out of reach of all but up to 75 lots in our entire community. So you're just by lot size eliminating the ability to responsibly and appropriately have a breeder's license, a commercial breeder's license. And I think that's unreasonably putting it out of reach of people that have a legitimate commercial license. I don't know why we would put 20, if they meet the space requirement, why would we put a zoning requirement on them? I think that was artificially placed to just prohibit.
Good point.
I'd like to address that.
Okay.
And I was hoping we had a map, the zoning map up here to kind of show it. My reason for that, I like R120 to R180 because that's where the animals are. And that's where animals are being bred, chickens, rabbits, the things that we don't control. But it's all where all the animal properties are. We do have some R120s in other areas, down by the golf course that's just being built, and down by Lake Meadview Estate, but those are all built out now.
There's no R120s at, you talking track 350?
Track 350, I thought
No.
there were some R120.
No,
But they
none.
do have some at Lake Meadview Estates,
Okay.
which is on Stone Canyon. All of those are R120 down there. And then the one on the other side's R180. But they're an association, so they don't really allow it. So if you're an association, you're not going to be allowed animal breeding unless your association will allow you to have that business, because most associations do not let you have a business unless you go through them. But I like the R20 to the R80 just because it's in the animal area, and that's, just believe the animals should be where the animals are and where that sort of thing is going on. And I don't want to see animal breeders all over the place. Are we going to limit how many licenses we put out then if we're going to do that? I just think keeping it to the zoning will eliminate how many breeders you have and make it more difficult so we don't see as many animals being distributed throughout the world. But that's my opinion why I like it.
So do we have an idea where breeders are doing this right now from a zoning option?
I don't. The two that I can think of off the top of my head, the two litters we've had this year that I can remember, one was in a home off of Wyoming, and the other one I don't recall the location. So I don't know.
And they had enough room?
No, they did not have enough room they ended up surrendering the animals, the puppies. So they did not have enough room.
So would an R15 have enough room? Because you're talking about 1,000 square feet, for instance.
20 by 50 is all it would be.
Right, I mean, if they meet the
Yeah.
minimum requirements.
There's thousands of homes that we're prohibiting just by putting
Right.
the R120. And I don't think I just think that's an arbitrary number.
Yeah.
And I don't know why we would pick an arbitrary number. If they meet the space requirements, then why are we picking a zoning requirement? That's my 2 cents.
I mean, I agree. I think the rationale is arbitrary. And so there's an issue here. Are we trying to get rid of them all?
Yes.
And if we got rid of them all, then we would say R20, quite frankly. And are we trying to get rid of them all, or are we trying to recognize that some people like dogs and some people like cats, and they want something that's purebred and da-da-da-da-da? I think, it's still rational to have.
Any purebred you want, just go online, you'll find one free. I don't care what it is. You'll find, all mine are purebreds, and all of mine are pass-me-down dogs. I call them pass-me-downs instead of orphans, but they were all owned previously and given up. So any dog you want, you can go online and find, and usually animal control will even work with you if you're looking for a certain breed. You call animal control and they'll try to find you one of that breed. So
Mr. Mayor, if I may add one thing. A lot of our nuisance complaints regarding homeowners not cleaning up their yards, I would say the majority of those do occur on smaller lots where neighbors are closer to each other. So if by having a breeder's permit, if they're allowed, if they have a litter of 10 puppies, a larger lot is going to give them more space for that sort of issue. So again, a smaller lot with 10 dogs could create a nuisance to the neighbor if it's not taken care of properly.
If you have 1,000 square feet, is the 1,000 square feet per 10 dogs, or is the 1,000 square feet per one dog, or what is the 1,000 square feet?
No, it's total. It's not dependent on the number of dogs. So you'd have to have 1,000 square feet of quality outdoor space, which is adequately shaded.
For how many?
There's not a number tied to that. It's for any number of dogs. There's a limit of 3, so the 3 and then any puppies
So
yeah.
a space by 10 by 100, for instance, with 3 dogs in it would be adequate, and then puppies would be obviously not staying there very long.
Correct. I mean, you'd have to have a large enough lot that you have 1,000 square feet of space that's adequately shaded.
Right.
If you had just the minimum space
So
requirement.
50 by 20, 10 by 100, that's how big a lot you'd have to have, unless it was in that R20. And the R20s are going to have, what's the size of their lot?
I believe they're 20,000 square feet total, but that's including in the footprint of the home and any other structures and pools, what have you.
And we just happen to have a map.
Aha.
Oh, we got it up there.
This is a portion of the city.
Is your mic on?
R120 area.
Is your mic on?
Thanks. Are we there? There we go. Yeah, at Councilmember Booth's request, this is a portion of the city's zoning map. So it's showing the R120 zone within the city there, and then just below it, R180. There are, just glancing over, Michael will probably know better than I, she's going to scroll over there. One other R180 lot on the far side of Tuscany. Other than that, the primary zoning in the city, as you can see, is in the yellow R17 and a few other, but the primarily R17. Those larger lots are in that one particular area.
And those are all surrounded by the corrals. where you have more flies and things like that going on.
I mean, the lot's that small. Like your lot, my lot.
And smells.
Yeah.
Or 120.
Flies.
Yeah, flies.
All around the golf course.
I guess I do have a kind of a question. Do you find those calls more likely, say, in the R17 areas and less likely in the R10? I mean, is there a pattern to it, or is it just a neighbor type thing?
Yeah, there's really not a pattern. It's just neighbor. Again, a lot of complaints are it's hot outside. I can smell the neighbor hasn't cleaned up the yard. Again, it happens all over, but I do see it more in the smaller lots.
Okay, and that's someone who's being irresponsible, clearly.
Right.
And hopefully you're going in, you would recognize this is not a responsible commercial breeder, and we will not be reissuing something to you
Right.
because of that. Maybe a little bit of concern for me in a very small residential area, but I think you won't get your 1,000 square feet outside then if you're in the small residential area. I think by nature, 1,000 square feet requires a little bit bigger lot. I mean, it doesn't require a 10, but
Right.
enough, right? That's bigger. So I'm not sure, right, that R20 needs to be put in there if we have the space inspection for indoor and outdoor, because you should catch if they're irresponsible. And I would assume that if someone called and complained about them, that would be grounds for revoking eventually or at some point their license.
Right.
Because they were not doing what they were asked to do. per se. So I don't think that I am stuck on the R20, to be honest. I think, because
I am, I'm sorry.
I know, and I know, Koki, and I know it's
And that's,
because.
and that's okay, you don't have to,
Right, I know.
I still love you.
And I think that the reason that I'm thinking is, I'm not sure that this is gonna bring the largest amount of breeding we've ever seen in our life here anyhow, to be honest with you. There's not gonna be an influx. I think this is gonna be kind of what we've seen anyhow, and then at least we're gonna have some kind of recognition of how to monitor this, and that's the idea. So I think with the requirement, which is, if you look up for space and inspection requirement, none in any of the other municipalities. Simply by adding that, we are far more strict than any other municipality regarding what we want to be available for the animals that would be commercially breeded here. And there is also no restriction on zoning in any of them. So already, just even with the one requirement, we've upped the game.
So as I see it, as I hear it, we have at least 3 people who are comfortable with the 40 square foot indoor and 1,000 square foot outdoor without the zoning requirement. Is that correct?
Yep.
Anybody else?
Yeah, I'm against it only because
Against what?
The zoning, I like the R120 being in an area where breeders are kind of together, because I live in a neighborhood where my neighbor is literally right next to me. And if they violate or whatever, I know, but it's harder to put the genie back in the bottle once it's out. And maybe we won't get into breeding, but maybe we will get into a lot of people breeding. And now we're stuck, or what? Can you go back and change it to just R120? I think that would be too late then. So I think if I get outvoted, that's fine, but I'd like the R120 and leaving it there.
If I could add a little measurement. Michael was able to quickly calculate. One thing that the zoning code also includes is a rear yard setback or a rear yard area. And based on the minimum rear yard for the R17, for example, the backyard would be on average 1,400 square feet. So I would just suggest that one of the purposes of having the breeding license or having some type of restriction is, in addition to not being able to control what dogs do, one of those things we can't control is how they bark. And so part of this is to protect the neighbors as well. And a lot of times zoning ordinances will include buffers or setbacks. That's right. It doesn't really apply in this case, but I guess what I would offer is that with a 1,000 square foot outdoor minimum requirement, if you have a 1,400 square foot lot, you really don't have enough space back there to really accommodate for a sufficient space or separation from your neighbors.
Yeah, that would.
And that's an
leave out my
invitation
neighborhood
for problems
sure.
down the road.
Good point.
Thank you for that.
And so that, you're talking about an R7 is 1,400 square feet, has to be 1,400 square feet in the backyard. Okay? And so I hate to do this, but what is an R15?
And we have to remember that an area that's zoned R17 doesn't mean that all the homes on there are R17. My area is zoned R17, and we have from R110 and larger. So that's the minimum lot size. So just by saying R17 and saying, well, they're not going to have enough space, that's not necessarily, the zoning area isn't necessarily an accurate depiction of what's built in the area. That's the minimum lot size. And a large lot size doesn't, by nature, guarantee a responsible breeder. They could have them on the far edge where they have the minimum setback and their neighbor has the minimum setback. There's way too many variables, I believe, to feel that a zoning restriction is going to create a responsible situation. And so that's one of the other reasons why I think that it's just an arbitrary number, and the inspection and the minimum square feet really covers that. And even if they have the space, it doesn't guarantee that upon inspection it's going to be considered suitable by the animal control officer that does the inspection. So, there's a lot of safeguards in this. And then if there's a complaint, they're going to lose their license, right? Whatever kind of complaint, noise or odor or roaming around the neighborhood, whatever it is, right? So I believe there's more than enough safeguards. And look, to me, it doesn't matter. I have no interest in breeding, and I don't know that other people are going to. But when we pick as the governing entity an arbitrary number just to basically restrict it, I don't think that's fair to the community. And that's really why I'm there on that. I don't think if somebody legitimately is responsible and they're in one of the other zoning areas and we want to restrict it just because it's a zoning, I don't think that's the right thing to do.
And I'm just going to say what if you have 20 little German shepherds next door barking and pooping at the same time?
Then you call in a complaint and you have the inspection.
But how do you stop a dog from being a dog? And
Then you don't have dogs.
well,
They don't breed
right.
next time.
but that's what I'm saying. You may have a next door neighbor who doesn't really care for dogs, and now you've got 20 dogs next to them. So they should have enough room, enough buffer around there not to have to put up with
Whatever, I don't
all
care.
of that. And and I'd be fine to go down to R115. I always say R15 instead of R115. But I just think you don't want to put on these small lots somebody breeding a German Shepherd or something like that, just because they have the space and they're letting the dogs in-house and they've got to have 40 square feet for each dog inside. Is that just each breeding dog, or is that just...
The 40 square feet was based on a recommendation space requirement put together by the U.S. Department of Agriculture that had a minimum square footage based on a large breed with a certain amount of puppies. So that number was based on a largest breed of animal having 10 puppies. And that was the minimum square foot that was recommended by and that's per dog being bred. So if you're doing, say you have 3 very large animals, you would really have to have 120 square feet, because that 40 square feet is per dog under the current draft.
But you still only have to have 1,000 square feet.
Of outdoor space.
Of outdoor space. And
Yeah,
that's what,
so-
okay, so that's why I'm saying I really think that the R120 or the R115 and higher would be better.
Thank you. What is the power of a complaint? I mean, someone complains, you come in, say, your dog barks too much, you've lost your license. I
Right.
mean, is that,
So barking complaints, because the animal control officers are not there, typically when it's occurring, we do have to rely on the complainant to provide proof, documentation, video, and then we can address it, and we can address, typically we will give them a warning, because people may be at work, may not know their dog's barking, and then we can continue to have the neighbor document or whoever's complaining, and then just, keep record of that.
now, okay, answer my question directly. Can you take their license away?
That would,
The license can only be issued if the person has no previous violations of the provisions of this title. So if there are violations, we can revoke or not renew the license
Okay,
of the title.
so there is power.
Yeah, you
With
can
the
fine them
complaint.
to $1,
And we-
$1,000.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Yes, we'd fine them, but that would be based on the type of violation. So if it was barking or excrement, that would be a different violation than the violation of the breeding ordinance. But yes, we can absolutely fine them. You're correct.
Okay. All right, so where I hear is we've had a R120 challenge, we've had a anything challenge, and we have a no challenge, and so if we look at an R15 as a compromise, or do we want to put zoning in at all? I'm comfortable without putting zoning in, but I think the case has been well made for the R120 as far as the neighbors are concerned, and at the same time, I think an R15 may be adequate, especially if we have the ability to say you've just lost your license.
I don't see a reason for the zoning, so that's where I stand.
I'm for the zoning still. We have to, I don't know, you make, for the vote, whatever. If you don't do the zoning, then we need a definite limit on how many licenses that you issue, so we don't have dog breeding all over the place.
So you're not for a zoning, you're not for a zoning, and I'm not for a zoning when it comes down to it.
Mayor, it may just be helpful to have a motion on this one specific point to just make the record clear.
I'm trying to
Okay.
figure where we are. We're discussing it.
Okay.
Where are you at?
So I'm with the zoning, you know, this breeding, the whole thing, I'm not really familiar with it, but just the people that I talked to, a lot of people didn't even want it all together, so I'd like to make it as restrictive as possible, so we don't get a lot of it down the road, because it's something.
Where are
that
you
the-
at?
I'm on zoning.
Okay,
Same side I'm on.
okay,
But I wanted to make the case for the people.
okay.
Okay.
Mayor, I have some additional information if
Okay.
it's helpful to you, and I sense you're going a different direction, but just so that you have the full information. So as I mentioned, the minimum lot size, so the R17, your minimum rear yard will be the 1,400 square feet. When you go to the next zone, R115, the rear yard area goes to 2,000 square feet. And that's the same for the R120. When you go up to R180, it's 3,000 square feet. So you have much more room to accommodate the 1,000 square feet. And just, you know, for zoning, really you zone for the smallest rather than the larger lots. So if you have a minimum lot size of, in an R17, and your minimum rear yard is 1,400, that's most of the city. Like the majority of the zoning in the older parts of the city and those that are a little bit newer is R17. So it opens it up to a much wider area
What is an
across the city. And
R110?
I hear some of the concerns about you know, the number of lots that you're including. But so it broadens it, but it also, again, the zoning will apply to the smallest lots as well as larger lots in those zones. And we can't differentiate between the lots within any one given zone. You really have to look at what the smallest is, because we wouldn't be able to restrict any more on a smaller lot than we would in a larger lot in that same zone.
Go ahead.
So you had asked about R115. The minimum, or I'm sorry, R110. The minimum would be 1,600 square feet.
And R15?
Is more.
Yeah, that's 2,000.
2,000,
Yeah.
as well as the R20.
Correct.
Correct.
Because they have the same minimum lot width
You have the same problem.
and depth.
Could,
it's a problem.
could we not address, if we wanted to, it with the requirement for the outdoor space? Could you not just up that to 1,500?
But the question is, what's the basis? Is that arbitrary, or is that U.S. Department of Agriculture, like the 40 square feet inside is?
I mean, but any sort of challenge would be probably subject to a rational basis analysis. I mean, so it's up to this council as the policymakers to determine what's adequate outdoor space for breeding animals.
How did we get to 1,000?
1,000 was, you know, again, considering that animals need space to move, you know, especially dogs that use the bathroom outside and things like that. And if there's a large number of animals and puppies, you know, obviously indoor space, they're more confined, they're sleeping and eating. But the outdoor space would be good for exercise and things like that. So, you know, I worked with animal control to kind of come up with what animal control felt in its experience would be a good number, adequate space for dogs to have enough space to run, and we came up with 1,000 square feet.
Okay, so that was on the recommendation of our animal control.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Does that also include when the puppies come, or because they're not there very long, we don't just, and they're smaller, we don't think about space needed for them? I'm just asking.
The space is to encompass all the animals. You would really want to set the minimum space requirements for the maximum number of animals that could possibly be there.
So let's just pretend we forget about this R thing and say, if you have one dog you're breeding, you should have at least 100 or 1,000 square feet. If you're breeding two dogs, you should have 2,000 square feet.
Yeah, it would be a total. The 40
Right.
square feet for indoor space is per dog.
Right, I'm
But
talking
if
about
you-
outdoor space.
I think some of the R120 lots might not even be big enough if we had 3,000 square feet required. I'm looking at our planners.
It's not 1,000 per dog.
If
Can I-
there was 1,000 square feet required per dog, I don't, would an R120 lot even be big enough?
Based on the minimum requirements, no. But if they have a larger lot than 20,000 square feet, then possibly.
I just wanted to say on this, if we don't go with the zoning, then we don't have a limit on how many permits that we can issue. We haven't addressed that, so we either need to, if you're gonna say you can have them in any lot as long as you have 1,000 square feet, then we should put a limit on how many licenses we will issue in Boulder City. Or else you could have two people right next door to each other, and I don't think you'd want 20 puppies or 40 puppies in the same neighborhood. I think that you should be spaced away from each other. That's just my opinion. Because then the neighbors really are going to be affected.
I mean, that is something you can do. Jurisdictions have regulated other industries that way, requiring that there be a certain amount of feet in between each licensee, and they be spaced out that way. Other businesses have been regulated that way. The only issue you may run into is, say, two houses apply at the same time, which one gets the permit, and they're right next door. That type of thing has presented challenges in the past.
If I can, I think it's important to remember that this conversation is because one person in 2 years made an inquiry. I just don't see people lining up at City Hall wanting to start breeding dogs all of a sudden because we made a commercial application available. And if people are wanting to breed, as our animal control officer said, they already are, right? And so I don't see people all of a sudden say, oh, now we have a commercial opportunity. I'm going to go get my business license. I'm going to pay the fees. I'm going to have my home inspected, and I'm going to start breeding. And pretty soon we have every zone in the town having 5 or 10 breeders. I just don't see that. One person in 2 years inquired. So I think we're kind of making a mountain out of a molehill here. And so that's why I don't know that the zoning, because it's an arbitrary number and the regulating agency, us, just picking that so that we could restrict people, and really that's based on socioeconomic opportunity. How many people in town can afford an R120 or larger lot? And so we're just restricting them based on that. And that's, I just don't see that. If we have the outdoor space requirement and the inspections and the teeth to the inspections, it seems like a mountain out of a molehill to me.
So let me
Could we move
let
on
me
to
say,
the next one and see what we
yeah,
can
so
do
what
all the way
I'm
down?
going to try to clarify this. If we have the 40 square foot indoor and 1,000 square foot outdoor, we have 3 people who agree with that. Okay, and then we're going to go down to zoning restrictions. Zoning restrictions, we just had that conversation basically, and we're going to say 3 people said we're not going to do the zoning restriction. And then we're going to get to the permit fee of $250 plus actual cost. We don't know what actual cost means.
Yes, and I wanted to provide as an example the fancier foster permit fee. The fee for that was set at actual costs as incurred by city at staff's hourly rate to conduct the inspection, which is approximately $40. So that's what we charge for the fancier foster permit fee. So just if we, that helps define it a little bit more clear what the actual cost is, if that's helpful. And it would, if that is what our fancier foster permit fee is set.
So it'd be $290-ish.
Yeah.
Under this proposal, yes.
Yeah.
And the good thing about that is as the wages increase over the years, that actual cost, right, the hourly rate will increase appropriately. So we don't have to visit this over and over, right? And if we want to have double the annual rate or the hourly rate, whatever, or triple, whatever, as long as it's defined, so when somebody puts in an application, they know what they're up for.
Are we comfortable with that?
Yes,
Okay.
I'm good with everything but the one, so
And the
that,
fines for violation, are we comfortable with the 500,
Yes.
750, and the 1,000? And are we comfortable with breeding as a hobby regulated?
no, I think,
On the fine for violation, everybody's okay with those fees?
Yes.
Is that like a norm?
And breeding as
yeah,
a
5,
hobby?
750 and 1,000.
I think specifically we should have breeding as a hobby not allowed or prohibited. I think, as I'm hearing everybody, I think that's the language that we're after, and I could be mistaken, but I think maybe if we change that to prohibited, we could get consensus.
So having said that, the breeding as a hobby prohibited, the fines as in stated, the permit fee, the 500 plus actual cost as defined, and the zoning regulation without an R, but with 40 square foot indoor and the 1,000 square foot outdoor, and the report yearly and inspection, and the age of breeding 2 years, and the 3 dogs or 3 cats, and a business license required. Do I have a license or a motion to do all that?
Every 2 years, one letter for every 2 years.
So moved, as you just described.
I do have one more point.
Hi.
Well, no, the motion is fine. Sorry, I just have one more point of clarification. On the minimum space requirements, they're currently applied equally to both female and male dogs. We did have a scenario where a person had a male dog that they breeded, but they were breeding, but they didn't breed it within city limits. But of course, the dog had to be spay or neutered under our code because a breeder's permit had to be issued. So the question is, should the minimum space requirements apply to both female and male dogs, or just female dogs being bred, if female dogs are being bred on the premises?
So as I look at this, this is bred in Boulder City.
Yes.
This is bred in Boulder City. We don't have control over somebody else.
But the issue is you're required to spay or neuter your pet unless you have a breeder's permit, and that includes male animals. So if the male animal the person wishes to have their male animal remain intact, even if they're not breeding here, they'd have to get this breeder's permit. So the question is, do you want the minimum space requirements to apply to even a male dog when there's no breeding occurring in Boulder City?
Well, you'd have to, because every 2 years, you can only get pregnant every 2 years, so you'd have to keep them separate.
No, you're talking about if they only have a stud dog.
I'm saying if they just have a
male,
stud,
that's
they'd
it.
still have to meet these minimum space requirements. Is that council's desire, or, I mean, they'd still have to get a breeding permit and meet all these other qualifications as well. But are they required to, I mean, obviously they're not having litters, that dog's not having a litter, so are they required to have the minimum space requirements? And if they are, that's fine. I just wanted to make sure we clarify that.
To me, it seems unnecessary. They should just comply with whatever other requirements there are for owning a dog responsibly. But if it's a stud dog and that's all you have, why would they need to have the space requirements different than me that has a dog that's spayed or neutered?
Is that part of your motion?
Well, well, this is discussion for council. That's just my thought. I don't know what everybody wants.
That's why I brought that up before. I thought you had your stud, you had your girl, and they had to be separated in the house.
But if all you have is the stud.
What you're saying is you only have the male, the females bought in for the breeding.
Yeah.
Or the dog's taken out.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, no breeding
Okay,
is occurring
that's
within
why I
Boulder
asked.
City. It would just
Yeah.
be the male lives here.
Gotcha.
So we eliminate that the no boy dogs can live in the house? Is that what you're saying?
No. If they had a female dog that they were breeding too, they would absolutely have to have the minimum space requirements.
Okay.
But if they only have a male dog and they're not breeding here and they're just, they're breeding elsewhere, then should the minimum space requirements apply? That's okay. And so the motion would be how, I mean, we have enough direction as well, but if we
To
can make a
come back.
motion as well.
Mayor, may I really like my job, so the last thing I want to do is to drag this out I would feel like I missed something though if I didn't offer this. I did hear a concern from Councilmember Booth about the number, limiting the number that you would have. Another zoning technique that you could consider is a separation requirement. So it doesn't affect what zone it's in, but if you have a property owner that obtains a breeding permit and the concern is not having a concentration of breeders in one area, and it might be a neighborhood with small lots, once somebody in that neighborhood obtains a breeder's permit, then and I don't know what it would be. We would have to examine what their program might be. 500 feet, it might be 1,000 feet. You couldn't have another breeder's permit within that same within that 1,000 feet. So that would help separate it out, and it would, overall, it would tend to limit the number that you would be able to issue. So I just offer that as one other technique that the council may want to consider or not.
So what we're doing here is having direction, discussion, and direction. So do you feel like you have enough direction?
Unless council wishes
Do
to
we feel
provide any
like
more
we've
input.
given-
Do we need to go through with a motion and a vote on the discussion here, or is
We
it
went down the
adequate?
list on item by item, and I have notes, and then I would bring that back as a bill.
Okay.
It just says
And-
update and guidance.
Mhm.
It doesn't say.
And
we make a
then we
motion.
you'll bring it back, and we will actually have an opportunity to see it and vote on
Correct.
what we want. So this is the discussion part of this, and the direction to come back and bring us what we thought we did.
Yep. All
Okay.
right.
All right, thank you. Everybody feel comfortable with that?
Yes, absolutely.
All right. And that brings us to number 16.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, council members, and Boulder City residents. I'm Julie Calloway, the Parks and Recreation Director, with agenda item number 16 pertaining to dog recreation. You may recall that in February, at the 25th City Council meeting, you just directed staff to provide information about additional options for dog recreation in Boulder City. We currently have a grassed dog park at Veterans Memorial Park, along with a nonprofit dog park at Veterans Memorial Park as well. Tonight, we will explore the possibilities for additional locations around Boulder City that could provide adequate space for additional dog recreation. Staff considered 3 options for additional space, including constructing an additional fenced-in dog park, establishing off-leash hours at parks, and allowing off-leash activity in the desert or open space adjacent to Boulder City. A fenced-in dog park would eliminate unwanted dog interaction with the public. However, there would be an initial financial investment and annual maintenance expenses for the installation of a fence. Additionally, converting an existing park to a dog park would restrict the park's usage to dog activity only. Another option would be to allow off-leash hours at an existing park or parks. This would reduce unwanted public and dog interaction while still providing a space for dog activities during the established off-leash hours. Allowing for dogs off-leash within the desert would be the easiest option to implement. The recommendation would be that dogs would have the freedom within the desert, but their off-leash activity would be prohibited in designated hiking trails, and the dog must be leashed en route to the desert. Likewise, dogs would not be permitted in the Boulder City Conservation Easement area. A possibility for lakeside residents is to designate the open space between Lake Mountain and Ville Drive adjacent to the Bayview community as an off-leash permissible grass open space area specifically for dog recreation. Staff looked at all city parks and assessed their potential for dog recreation based on location, park amenities, park usage, and parking. Staff identified 2 possible locations for construction of a new dog park and provided cost estimates. Bootleg Canyon has a potential space for a newly constructed dog park. The existing area is fenced in, but would require grass, irrigation, and parking. There's an open space available at ABC Park next to the gymnasium that could also be a location for construction of a new dog park. The construction of a new dog park would require an upfront financial contribution along with ongoing annual expense. Staff identified North Escalante as a possibility for a fenced-in dog park where the park would be limited to just have off-leash availability. The fenced-in option would be a financial investment and would have a negative impact on special events and recreation classes currently scheduled at the park. North Escalante, Wilbur Square, and Bicentennial Parks have specifically been identified based on their central location, available parking, and current dog activity. These parks could be considered for limited off-leash hours, again with the understanding that special events would override the dog recreation activities, much like what currently exists. While most jurisdictions do have strong leash laws, staff did find 2 communities with limited off-leash privileges, and staff reached out to them for more information. In both cases, a community group worked with the city and, in essence, adopted the park because they valued the opportunity to have a space for their dogs to be off-leash. They took the lead in managing off-leash activity and self-regulated the dog recreation activities. In Ventura, California, a group named Collar, Citizens for Off-Leash Laws and Recreation, partnered with the city of Ventura and managed their off-leash area to ensure success of the dog off-leash opportunity. Boulder City residents are very passionate about their 4-legged family friends, and a similar partnership may prove successful here. Tonight, you've been provided options for additional dog recreation possibilities. The easiest one to implement would be to allow off-leash activity in the adjacent desert along with the open space locations. Or you could choose to allow specific off-leash hours at existing parks, allowing for off-leash activities and community use identified by set hours. The addition of a fence installed at one of our parks, like North Escalante, would provide exclusive use for dog activity, but it would also restrict residents and special event usage of the park space. Finally, construction of a new dog park is also an alternative. However, it would entail a capital budgetary consideration. Staff is available to answer your questions regarding dog recreation, and we're looking for direction to operate and options for additional dog recreation. Would you like a new dog park constructed? Open space for dogs to be off-leash? Adding fencing to create an off-leash area? Or establishing off-leash hours at parks or a park? And now we'll open it up for your discussion and questions.
Thank you. Could North Escalante Park be used without a fence?
Yes.
I mean, I see it being used
correct.
now.
It is one of the options for limited off-leash hours or permissible hours, or if council wishes to have that always a non-fenced-in dog park, then it would be a matter of notifying dog owners that that is a place where they can go off-leash, while also notifying residents that don't want to have unwanted interactions with dogs off-leash to avoid North Escalante.
And North Escalante is big enough to throw a Frisbee.
I believe, yes, it is.
Okay.
Could I also ask, Mayor, so we've just put some signage, right?
Affirmative. I think that that would be the biggest thing, is just to really engage with the community, let them know, and signage with the exact hours, and then also advertise on social media, get an article in the paper.
Just so I can get all the information in front of me and ask the question, I saw ABC Park possible to create a new dog park, but sloped surface. Isn't that kind of what we run into with the one we currently have?
So the one we're looking at with the map is right next to the gymnasium. It's a dirt.
Okay, so not sloped surface?
It would not be a sloped surface.
Okay, I just saw this down here. It said consideration sloped surface. And I was like, well, why would we create another dog park with that problem?
I believe it's flat, yes.
Okay, that's flat. And then I saw a $30,000 maintenance fee for parks. If you have that, how does that figured out?
That came from our landscape department, and that's based on the last couple of years and the additional landscape they've had to do at the existing dog park. It's because of the wear and tear of dog activity, and it requires a little bit more maintenance. And every couple of years, they probably will need to change out the grass a little bit, hit areas that are especially favored by dogs. So it is an increased expense over regular park maintenance.
Okay, thank you.
So, I mean, I see people walking their dog with a leash on North Escalante. So if you walk without a leash, you're going to use the grass more than you would with a leash?
If council chooses to offer off-leash at North Escalante Park, then dog owners in Boulder City wishing to be able to provide off-leash activities for their dogs would go to North Escalante. Thereby, it would become more popular for off-leash activities because that may be the only one available or one of a couple that council decides on.
Okay. Other comment?
I'll wait until discussion. I don't have a question, Joel.
Okay.
No, Sherry asked it, sorry.
So the, just in my walking in the mornings, I noticed that the VA park, that seems like to be the most famous one, it's certainly the biggest, and the dogs run free, they seem to be okay. Every time I walk, I've never seen anything happen. Is that out of the question for being a designated off-leash area?
So currently, we do have 2 dog parks where dogs are permissible to be off-leash at Veterans Memorial Park. It is not, it is completely up to the council where they want and what activities they want at what parks.
Okay, yeah, that seems to be a popular one, and Wilbur. I don't know about North Escalante because I don't frequent that area as much, but those seem to be the 2 that
North Escalante is just right out here in front of City Hall.
that I meant.
Oh, okay.
That I just don't see a lot of people around there with dogs, but I'm not walking around there as much as I am down at the VA park and obviously, Bison or Wilbur. So can you have 2 off-leash parks?
Again, this is, all we were instructed to do was give different options for locations.
I'm military, I always ask, so can I? But for discussion, I don't have a dog, but I love dogs. I'm allergic to dogs. But I don't see any way around some type of a compromise, and I know some people don't even want that. But because I know, in America specifically, because I've been around the world, and dogs are, we wouldn't even be having this conversation. But here we do. And so it has to be considered. I don't want to put off one group or the other. But if I would sleep well if we came up with a really, really good compromise of those two parks specifically, and I would throw in the times, because humans want to be there as well without dogs, and they have a right to do that as well. And so you have to weigh that human-animal aspect, and human with an animal and human without, and both have a right to be in the parks. So, I would strongly like to have, talking to the council, that option of those two parks, and I'll just throw that out there.
No matter what we do, whatever off-leash we talk about still has to be under voice command.
Yes.
Right.
That
I mean, we're not talking about
That is correct.
changing that at all.
And
Anytime
likewise,
you're off, you're under voice command.
that is correct, and likewise, special events supersede
Right.
any dog recreation activity at any park.
Right now, we have, at Veterans, we have a dog park fenced, actually two. And the reality is, Pratt Field, I'll call it, is a place where dogs go. And I've seen some on a leash, but mostly they're not. So do we want to do something to change Wilbur Square? Let me put it that way. Do we want to change Wilbur Square so people will feel not threatened at Wilbur Square by
Are we
off
in
leash?
discussion now?
Yeah.
Okay. Since this is a discussion, I just wanted to say, since I worked at St. Rose Hospital, which was 20 years ago, been going to Government Park, Wilbur Square, with my dogs, socializing. Some of my dogs have been off leash because they are good at verbal command, and some have not. But it's been something that I've gone to for over 20 years and have never seen an incident over there. Not saying there has never been one, but usually we do monitor ourselves when we're over there. So we see somebody with a dog that's not behaving, somebody usually says something to them, and we all pick up after other dogs that if somebody's left something there. So, and I like the idea of having something there saying there's going to be dogs off leash here. So if you want to enter, because a lot of, there was a lady that got up and spoke today that she doesn't have a dog, but she likes to go over there and visit with the dogs. I stop and visit with the dogs sometimes when I don't have my dogs. There's a poodle over there that has a purple top knot, little purple fees, and he's probably about, I would say, 100 pounds. And I love going over to see that little poodle, but I think it's such an interaction with people over there, and it has been for a long period of time, that I would hate to see that taken away from people. And I just think that Sherry's idea of signage was an excellent one, and that's what I would like to see, is signage saying, going to be off-leash dogs here. And maybe not put a limit on it, but allow them to interact like they have for over 20 years over there. So that is my thought on that one.
So I agree with one of the comments made during public comment. It could be said two ways: darned if you do, darned if you don't, or a very hard, thin line here, because it's a very divided issue in our community. And I can totally understand that, because we pride ourselves with the opportunity to be able to live differently here. And that's important to us and kind of sacred. And then that's why we stay here, right? But along with living differently is also living responsibly sometimes, and then checking things out. But if, per se, that we look at this and we get to see, and somehow it gets decided that under voice control or whatever is no longer the option, then I will very plainly put out there, then there needs to be other options. And I think the desert should not be off limits. I'll be very honest, I've said it before, I'll say it again, if this is what we're looking at. The desert should not be off limits. I mean, we're a huge municipality. When you look at our square miles, we're all desert. And yes, conservation area should not be visited. I mean, let's leave the tortoises be. So just like the sheep, let's give them some respect, right? So that being said, I also, and I know it's been said one way or the other, that if we give park hours, I feel like when you're in the rec center, there's times when you can't go into one room because it's being used by the preschool kids, right? So if you're in the pool, there's adult aerobics going on, so you're not going to have kids swimming lessons. Our areas to recreate here are for all of our citizens of varying interest, likes, and needs. So for me, maybe the thought that, oh, then we supersede someone's ability to be able to use that does not necessarily apply to me in that way, because I think we do that all the time depending on what's happening, whatever we're using, right? So if there's a birthday party down at the gazebo, you're not using the gazebo because they rented it, right? And that's just the way it goes. So I definitely want pet options if that's the direction we go. I love the idea of them being spread out so that people have the opportunity where they live to have some kind of off-leash opportunity. I like the idea of the grassed area going down the hill so that that's more over, a little away from the sheep park where it belongs, but closer to the individuals that live there. I definitely don't mind the idea of Wilbur Park. I think it's been kind of used like that for quite some time and with a lot of love involved. And so if you use some hours, that are set, it's said. If you're worried and you don't want to get bit, I got bit as a kid, I'll admit it. I'm the first one to run. I run like a ninny because I too am a little afraid. That's why my dog was 3 pounds, 8 ounces. Nothing to be afraid of when that happens. However, I think if we say, hey, listen, this is what's happening during this time. If this makes you uncomfortable, please at this time do not come, because we don't want you to be uncomfortable, right? But I want all of our residents to be comfortable in doing what they're doing in one way or another. And if that means we're comfortable on our sidewalks because we're on leash, then let's let our individuals who love to have their dogs off leash be comfortable at some time in the environment of an open environment of our parks and utilize what makes Clean Green Boulder City clean green. That's my thoughts.
How do you really feel?
Oh, sorry.
Councilman Walton?
I'll give a couple thoughts. I think they have the old adage that attorneys say the best agreement is when neither party is happy. And I hate to see that that's something, but I always look back up there. Are we going to build goodwill and better friendships and be beneficial to all concerned? And that's a tough balance. I think the comments that have been stated are valid and can be reasonably reached. And I'm looking forward to further input.
I definitely agree with the sentiment to agree to disagree. We'll never, ever be able to agree. It's just human nature. It's who we are. But we can agree to disagree, and that means compromise. And I probably won't get voted in again. That's fine with me, but I know that I please half. I don't know which half, but I please at least half of Boulder City. I, again, like the idea because just being out there, I know these are the places that are frequent. The other place, I think, is the park that you mentioned, Mayor, that had that strip, and I guess that's the Ville area. Yeah. So now you got three, maybe that strip over there, Wilbur, and Veterans. The other option that came out, I like that too, where the community is responsible for the areas themselves. Now, I don't know if that means going back out to ballot or going to some kind of survey to see who wants to do that. I don't know how that works, how that community in California did that. But I think he said they would been doing it for 10 years, and they were at the place where we're at now. Now, it is California. They're probably more doggy than we are, because they love their dogs in California, but we know California, too. But I like that idea, too. So did you guys look at that or think about putting it back out to the community and say, hey, do you want to be responsible for cleaning and maintenance and whatever in a certain area, and then they pick which area they want? Just throwing that out there as another option.
I think I can answer that for you, because, and I know there's people in the audience that absolutely would form a group and to work certain areas, because I can tell you just from driving, I don't know the people's name, I know there's a group at Broadbent, I know there's a group, and you probably know their names. There's a group down at Veterans, and then there's a group up here at Government Park. And I'm sure they would absolutely take responsibility because we're already doing it. It's just be getting the team leader. I think Fred's here all the time. We could nominate Fred to be the leader of, since he couldn't come today. But absolutely, I think that is something, and I think that's a good thing, and could meet once in a while with you and let them know what we're doing. But I absolutely think that's something that you could do in this town, and we'd be happy to do it. As a dog owner, I'd get out there and volunteer too. That's my answer for you.
Hesitate to ask this question for fear of getting in large trouble from you. The ball fields at Vets, they're off limits? Did we already we kind of had this discussion before, I remember, but let's say if we say, okay, we want an area at Veterans that is large enough to run, large enough, and provides that still for them where it's not in the park where, say, everyone is or whatever, is that off limits?
I will tell you, we currently have a policy within the Parks and Recreation Department that the baseball fields are for baseball and softball, kids events along those lines. Outside of the special event, National Night Out, no longer are dog shows allowed at our ball fields. However, that is a policy that you guys could definitely rescind.
Do we utilize all 4 fields?
Yes, we do. The softball field is the one that is least utilized. However, Little League uses it frequently because they have more teams than they have fields.
Okay.
So for practices, primarily. And we rent it out as well.
And that's this field right here. Sorry, I'm pointing because there's an image up there. That's the one to the left at the bottom, the softball?
Correct,
or
with
no?
the
Yeah.
dirt infield.
And the dirt in the field. And we don't have redundant fields?
So field number 1 and field number 3 are the same size. I believe one of them has a longer depth for getting it over the fence. I don't think they ever do that. But there are 2 different age groups that use each of those. The one towards the back on the right-hand side is used for the rookies, the younger kids. The one up front is used for the majors and minors. The hardball field is used for under 13, 14, and then also we've had the junior varsity team practice out there as well because they have the 90-foot bases. And then the other one is the softball field, which in the past we have had softball teams out there, and or if we had a local Boulder City team that played like for the Henderson Softball League, then they would be, because they're an all Boulder City team, they would be able to utilize that field for practices and or games as long as at least one Boulder City team is on the field at a time.
Okay, I felt like we had this discussion, but it's always worth opening it.
Julie, I know one time I coached soccer, the little ones. Don't they play on those fields? That's where we did all of our practices, were on the softball fields and the baseball fields.
And we do at times utilize those for practices. Right now, our soccer is played at Pratt Field. Baseball is played both at Pratt Field and Hemingway baseball fields. And flag football is played at Pratt. Little League primarily utilizes Vets Fields 1, 2, 3, and 4, along with rentals.
As a dog owner, this is just my comment as a dog owner, it's kind of hard to patrol your dogs if they're running in a field like that. And I'd hate to see that somebody not catch something when a dog's running where the little kids are playing and skidding in. So I personally would think that we would want to maintain those just for humans and not, even though a responsible dog owner, you could turn your head a second and something could happen and then you don't get it picked up and then some little kid's in it. I just don't think the ball fields would be a good place to myself for that reason.
So I have another question on the other side of the fence, and you may have the answer, or maybe Chief is, I don't know if he's here or not. There was a gentleman who came up and he said he had been here for a long time, and he had not heard of any dog bites. Do we have any statistics, maybe from 2019 till now, on dog bites?
I believe we do. I believe it's been presented before at council meetings. Unfortunately, we don't have that. I don't have that information tonight, but we can certainly provide it to you all.
Okay, alrighty. Yeah, I would like that. And also, nope, that's all I had.
Thank you. So what if tonight, we're hearing and having discussion, waiting to give direction. What if we, right now, said Bayview, that strip of grass along the flood place, is open for off-leash. The desert area is off-leash. El Dorado Valley is off-leash. And Wilbur Square has hours, and North Escalante is on leash. Would that work? And no fence. North Escalante on leash, because we have whole Wilbur Square off leash.
Off leash, okay. I was making sure that's right.
That would be amazing direction if it was, yes, formulated so that I could write it down fast and motion and approved by council, yes.
Well, just to be clear on the process, we're not designating any areas tonight. We're just, we're getting that direction.
Discussing.
And then, that's right. And then the next step, once we get the dog recreation areas and options identified, we would talk about code amendments that would need to take place, and then we'd bring back any resolutions or code amendments necessary to carry out council's action.
Right.
And what about veterans too? There's so many people that are down at veterans walking around too, with maybe having some areas at veterans like where the splash pad is and where kids are, the ball fields, and have some of those areas as no dogs there, but let the people use the field every morning. I see people there every single morning on that field. You may see them differently, I don't know, but I think veterans should be open.
Do we ever run into the problem, I know that we have soccer down there and a couple other things. Do we ever run in a similar problem where there's stuff left there that, or is that not a problem?
Honestly, we have our staff try to peruse the area prior to games to avoid any of that. But of course, unfortunately, not everybody is a responsible dog owner.
Yeah. The majority, Sherry, are early morning or late evening.
Yeah.
If you go midday, nobody's there. It's too hot, even in the winter. Most of the time, it's early morning or late evening.
And no matter what else we do, the dog still has to be under voice command.
Yes.
Right.
No matter what else we do. So if we looked at Bayview desert area, that you gave us pictures of, the El Dorado Valley and Wilbur Square with question mark hours, veterans, and that brings me to the obvious question, do we need the fenced dog part at veterans? Is that something I dare not say anything about? Do people use it?
Yes.
Yes,
So
and
we're not
enjoy
gonna
it.
touch that. We're going to keep it.
Well, if you're going to do the open and prep field, why would you need a fenced area?
People like it.
The one that's already existing.
I think we would
People
keep.
like it for what? To do the same thing that they do out on the field?
More secure.
I think some dog owners actually would prefer that. They would not feel confident in an open space and do prefer smaller fenced-in accommodations for their dog recreation.
And then there's some just the opposite, so
Correct.
there's another group you gotta make happy.
So in my research, I'll call it, the American Veterinary Medical Association says some interesting things, one of which is you socialize dogs on a leash. That's how you socialize dogs. So people who say, I'm going to socialize my dog, but I'm not going to do it on a leash, are contra to the recommendation for the veterinarians' suggestions. And so trying to socialize a dog without having control is problematic. Dogs bite, dogs bark, dogs do other things that we already talked about. So there are things that we need to allow dogs to do, but I think, and unless someone comes up with another idea, the Bayview, open it up for dogs off leash, open up desert area off leash, and open up El Dorado Valley off leash, and continue to use Wilbur Square, and then consider North Escalante on leash. And that will get our little dogs some safety factors from our big dogs and not have to put a fence around it.
I agree.
Mayor,
Good
if
idea.
you don't mind, can I just ask for a little bit of clarification regarding your comments on North Escalante Park
Yep.
on leash? Because wouldn't that be the case in every park?
Yeah. Unless otherwise designated off.
No, the ordinance says on leash or under voice control.
Yeah.
So they could be on, conceivably, if they're under voice control at any park.
I would recommend North Escalante on leash.
Just a point of clarification, I think we might need to go to the code updates because would the general rule be that all animals have to be on a leash unless in an otherwise designated area in which the reasonable control exception would apply? Is that what council's direction is, or is council directing us to designate certain parks as
I'm not
on
sure
leash?
what council is doing, but all I'm saying, to clarify what I'm saying, is North Escalante would become, in essence, a on-leash, little dogs, big dogs, in-between dogs, and that would become a training ground on leash to socialize dogs for being off-leash in Wilbur Square, for instance.
Okay, so you're suggesting making North Escalante sort of a designated dog park, but on leash?
Right.
I see, okay,
Socializing dog park.
Right.
I see, okay, that's helpful.
We have to have somewhere where they feel the invitation to socialize their dogs so that they can be trusted.
Dr. Hardy, what I do with my dogs and what a lot of us do is you have a lunge line like you have on a horse. And when you're socializing, that's what I use like with mine. And then you're calling them back and you've got control of them, but you've got a line there. So that's it. So if you go down there to socialize, it doesn't mean that I'm going to let Lola off lead. I have her on a lunge line so she can learn to socialize because she doesn't behave well to voice command. So she's usually down there on a lunge line for that reason. So that's how you normally socialize. Unless you go to obedience school first and have them trained.
What I see in North Escalante is little dogs on a leash by owners all the time.
I do too.
And so if we have a little dog owner, as it were, in North Escalante, interacting with a big dog in North Escalante, it would be nice for the owner of the little dog to have some degree of comfort from the owner of the big dog. And this would give the big dog an opportunity to socialize and not get into more trouble. Trying to socialize dogs on Wilbur Square is hard to do.
What it sounds like is the mayor is suggesting that Wilbur Square not have the exemption part of the ordinance, that it has its own specific regulation for that designated space. Is that how you interpret that? Because he's saying Escalante 100% on leash, no exception. Whereas the ordinance says the exception is applicable everywhere in the city. So
Yes, I mean, under the part of the reason why we're suggesting dog recreation options and designating off-leash areas is because the general rule, again, this was brought forward in conjunction with the bill that would have repealed the exception and required a leash at all times everywhere. And so the discussion was, well, what other dog recreation options are there in the city for off-leash? So the idea would be, if we're going to designate off-leash areas, that the general rule would be that all animals have to be on a leash unless in a designated off-leash area, in which the exception should still apply. Staff would recommend still having that exception so that the dog still has to be within the owner's control, audio or visual. So that's what staff's bringing forward these options for. So the recommendation, if council, for example, designated Wilbur Square, would still have the exception in place. So yes, you could have your dog off leash, but the dog would still have to be within your control, would be staff's recommendation. Now, of course, council could repeal that exception also and just have that designated off leash. Council could do that. But the staff's recommendation would be to retain the exception just for designated areas and have leashes be the general rule unless in a designated area and perhaps for designated hours.
And that brings me to the designated hours. Do we want to look at Wilbur Square, for instance, and/or Veterans, where we have designated hours that allow off-leash, because it's required to be on leash right now, or under control?
Or under voice control, yes. So the code change would remove the exception unless you're in a designated area, so thereby mandating a leash at all times unless you're in a designated area.
So do we want to look at Wilbur Square as the designated, what I'm saying is, that's what I think is going to happen. We need to designate Wilbur Square as a designated area to be off leash. However, do we want to put an hours on that? Question mark.
I would say yes, for the human side who wants to be out there when there's no dogs, and that is the compromise. And I love the way Sherry put it, because in the real world, you get all that you want. I mean, in the, in your own world, you get everything you want, but you can't in this case. Dogs should be allowed to be there all the time, but with restrictions. So I love what Brittany said. I would say 5 in the morning to 9. I think those were the times she had up, off leash, and then in the evening off leash, and then in between, dogs still could be there but on leash, and obviously everywhere else, downtown and all that, on leash. And that's basically what you said, which is kind of similar to the way it is now.
Being that we're a 24-hour town, most of the time, people are going to have the dogs there in the evening and the morning. But I was trying, because Sherry said times, and so I've been watching to see when people are there. A lot of times in the afternoon, when it's still warm out, because we have nice shade trees there, people are out there with their dogs. So I think my personal opinion would be not having a time limit, just letting people know that they can run into dogs that are off leash, because the majority of the people are going to want to be there at the same time. The walkers are going to be there at the same time walking around the park as the dog people. So that would just be my opinion, because everybody's going to want the park at the same time, so why make a sign up with some rules that somebody that's working the night shift can't come over at 1 o'clock and play Frisbee with his dog or walk it, or throw the ball?
I agree with that. I would say park hours.
I'm not sure I understood that.
That we just, the hours that the park are open, that park would be the one where you could be off leash and under voice control. Instead of,
Basically, no hours on.
yeah, basically no restrictive hours, as long as the park is, from what, 6 a.m. to 9 p.m., whatever the hours are.
And if the person who is concerned about dogs in Wilbur Square could walk in North Escalante knowing that dogs would be on leash, that would give them a shaded place, grass was cool, and they could walk.
Or right here.
Bicentennial.
Right across the street.
Right.
Yeah.
So I think hours are problematic, trying to do that. So we have at least a few of us who say hours are problematic. So tell us what you're kind of hearing.
I'm hearing that you would like off-leash with no time constraints in the desert and the open space on Lakeside, and that you would also like park hours to be off-leash at Wilbur Square. Veterans, I'm not sure I heard a discussion on time, and please keep in mind that we do have a lot of events, practices, games, etc. on Pratt Field. So you might want to consider that, and dog and kid and sport interaction. And then outside of that, dogs will be required to be on leashes anywhere else in town, outside of designated off-leash areas where, when the dog is off-leash, they still need to be under voice command, but are only, that caveat is only within off-leash areas, because otherwise you're on a leash,
That
is what I've heard.
Yeah, and I think this gives us a little time, because you're going to come forward and tell us, what you heard, and the staff will come up with something, and then this will come back to us. One of the things that you bring up about Pratt Field I'm concerned about is kids and dogs that are off leash are problematic. I mean, that's just asking for trouble. In fact, most dog bites are on kids, quite frankly. And so dogs that are scared or whatever, they are more prone to reach out with teeth. So I think we probably ought to have some input or where we look at Pratt Field and how we can protect Pratt Field particularly.
What I think is signage that maybe said whenever there's any function going on, you may not use that portion of the park. Because if the kids are playing their sports, then the dogs shouldn't be in Pratt Field. And maybe, but I know a lot of people bring their dogs in a blanket down and sit around the edge. But it seems to me like when a function's going on, you could have some signage there that they can't do that. I don't know if you can control that or not. I see the chief coming up, maybe he's...
And I will say, early mornings, the kids are typically not running around at Pratt Field.
Okay, so you could just make it in the morning time?
You all are deciding. I'm just letting you know that we typically don't have kid events.
So if it was in the morning time, then you rarely have children there.
Correct.
So we could just make it hours there at Pratt Field when they could be there either on leash or by voice command.
When I'm, just anecdotally, when I walk that park, it's in the morning, and the people who are walking that park don't walk in Pratt Field. They walk the perimeter and up and around the lake, etc.
Right.
Chief, you're going to say something.
Yes, sir. Well, I was just confirming with Brendan here. The park that we have most of the human conflicts between dog people and non-dog people at Pratt Field. And that's where most of them occur. And up to, including one just recently, where the person had to punctuate his opinion with his pistol. So that's where we have most of our conflicts. And I've been down there and watched people trying to do events, and other people, their dogs racing through them, people trying to do yoga and all sorts of things, screaming at people to get their dogs out of there. So if you're looking at Pratfield, all I ask is, whatever you do, help us out and try to help us keep people separated so people can do what they want to do without interfering with each other and knock down the human-to-human conflict. And many of the people in Pratfield aren't residents. And we know that because we stop them as they're coming at 75 miles an hour to hurry up to get there on Boulder City Parkway. So a lot of folks come in, they come down there, let their dogs run wild, then they go back to Henderson because they can't do it there.
Let's pretend we have 3 dog parks down in Veterans.
Yeah, and we did try the baseball option, the baseball field option, when Roger Hall was here. And he had a group of volunteers that said they would take care of it. He said it fell apart and they had to give it up. So I tried to try that option because I wanted to have a field down there. In fact, the one we looked at was the softball field, I believe, and figured out a way to do it. But he said he tried it before and he wasn't interested in doing it again. So.
Was that a matter of not cleaning up after the dogs? Was that the problem?
That's what happened. So we had to get, and he said the groundskeepers were having problems because they tried to go there and mow, and folks just fell apart. So my idea was we would have a group of volunteers through our animal shelter who would then be responsible for the park. And we'd identify them with like a purple shirt or something so they knew who they were, and we'd help organize that. But that's the discussion we had previously about using a baseball field, but it just didn't work out. It just kind of fell apart. And we decided to build the dog park, because remember we talked to that. If we're going to have enforcement, we had to have an option for people that wanted to let their dogs. We had to have places for them to go and things to do. And until we could do that, our enforcement efforts we'd be driven nuts trying to do it. So, but Pratfield has been our problem area.
Okay. So staff can come back. We've had discussion. You probably have enough to go on.
No, yeah, we definitely need a lot more. I mean, we've had some discussion, but it's not super clear. And then on desert area, if you're going to allow off leash in the desert, is that also applicable on established trails, like hiking trails and things like that? Is a lot off leash allowed there?
So the desert area, for instance, I have personal challenge with people who walk their dog and cut off the sheep from Hemingway. So your picture of the desert looks like it protected Hemingway.
Holly, can you put that back up? The picture of the desert area.
So that's the one with the yellow?
I don't think that's inclusive.
I think it's slide 6 in the PowerPoint.
I don't think it's inclusive of the entire desert.
Right.
Oh, sorry.
And Mayor, I think it was loosely identified just because we weren't sure council's direction with that. So we could make that beautiful yellow line designating desert any way council desires.
So can we have you come back with a beautiful yellow line?
With the
Big,
key
beautiful yellow line.
And eliminate any potential access to. And I think we had our recommendation as well to not allow off-leash on designated hiking trails. A hiking trail as in a designated, not just a path, but really a smaller walking trail.
Right.
It would, our recommendation would be that would not be an area where we would want people to be off-leash.
Yeah.
Or dogs.
And where are those walking trails that you're talking about?
Up Bootleg Canyon as an example.
Yeah.
Any of your smaller, narrow ones, any of the ones like on the end of Adams, I think are plenty wide to provide adequate space.
River Mountain Loop Trail,
Correct.
like established hiking trails. So we do need more direction from council. Is that, are you concurring with staff's recommendation on that, or?
Well, I know when I go hike, when I had my larger dog, I'd hike up in the hills there. Well, you have to go over those trails to get into certain areas. And normally if you're walking your dog, you're not going to be walking on a walking trail unless it's close to your home, which River Mountain Loop can be close to the home where somebody can actually walk on a trail if they were an older person, so.
Which means they would just have to have their dog on the leash.
Okay.
Which on River Mountain Loop Trail, you really would want to, because at any point in time, somebody could be cycling by, and we don't want a dog cycle accident.
No. So, no,
Incident.
so that's what you're saying. They could be there as long as they're on a leash. Okay.
Affirmative.
Does that give you enough?
Yeah, as long as I just wanted to clarify that. And then, I guess a little more clarity on veterans. And, veterans is really big also, and there's lots of,
So when you come back with that on veterans, have a little thing, Pratfield ?
Well, then we'll have to do it again and again.
Yeah, we're looking for direction tonight to kind of, I mean, there already are 2 dog parks at veterans.
My feeling is dogs shouldn't be on veterans off-leash,
Okay.
on Pratfield.
So just Pratfield, but the rest of veterans, they can be off-leash?
Right.
Or voice command.
I've got a question
That's me.
that might turn into, if I could, Mayor, that might turn into a viable alternative. But it might have already proven not viable. But it's interesting because we have no or very little problems with dog waste where the off-leash activities at Veterans Park currently occur. Yet, when they were in the ball field, we had a problem. So it's kind of unusual that I'm guessing it was probably the same people. But nevertheless, my point is that you have that grassy area between all of the ball fields from the sand volleyball courts. Kind of a little bit of an angle, and I don't know, and this is why I'm just throwing it out there, and maybe it would require some discussion with some of the off-leash practitioners at vets, but if that area is viable, it's that wedge. Matter of fact, Holly, can you bring that up of Vets Park again, please, of the ball fields?
I believe it's referred to as the common area.
Right. So you could see that where the sand volleyball courts are. It's basically fenced on 2 sides, but it narrows pretty narrow. But I've seen folks in that area using off-leash with their animals, and then on into the desert when it's not quite so hot as it is right now, but during the rest of the year. Again, if the same people that are using the current Pratt's Field and are as conscientious as they are if they go over to there, then maybe that's an option. And I don't know, maybe we could ask staff to follow up with some of the folks that are frequent users of Pratt's off-leash and see if that's a large enough space and it's viable so that they could at least have a space at vets to do some of the off-leash. When I first got my border collie, I took her with that group and socialized her and threw the ball, and that was where she could, open it up, so to speak, and run and fetch the ball. And that area might be suitable for that type of activity, which is a lot of what some of the folks do, is throwing the frisbee or the ball. Maybe it's too small, I don't know, but it's at least a suggestion that might have some viability that staff could look into between now and our next meeting, that could be an area designated. But again, it would be conditional on, and I think all of our ideas are conditional on the responsibility of the dog owners being responsible as far as under control as well as picking up. And I think most of our dog owners are. It's the certainly the exception rather than the rule. So, I don't know, just a suggestion.
I will add, as Julie mentioned, the areas we found where this was successful, it was when there was an organized community group that was passionate about this, that was willing to step up and really assist the city with enforcing and sort of like an adopt a park type of scenarios. So part of council's direction could also include partnering with allowing designation of these areas in partnership with an organized group that's willing to take that on. I mean, or we can just designate it as the city. But again, in the other jurisdictions, there was an organized group that was super involved with the city and maintaining and making sure that people followed the rules and things like that. So just wanted to throw that out there as food for thought.
I think that's wise. If you look at Pratt Field, it is so big, and the dogs are there all over. So if we had a group that lives here, as it were, and has a dog and recognizes, because I don't know that anybody is going to be able to, quote, police that with, I mean, it's just too big and the dogs are hither and yon. But I think Pratt Field is a potential problem for us. So if we have that triangle that Councilman Walton's talking about, I really don't want to make another fence. I've got a fence down there, and they can do that. So if they're not using it, I don't want to spend money on another fence.
Yeah, and as the chief mentioned, the times I've been down there, when there's not an event, for the ball fields, whatever it might be, there's very few people that are over on that part of Veterans Park. Matter of fact, it was only the dog owners that I saw there. And that would certainly limit the contact or the potential for conflict with people with strong feelings about both sides of the concern. And if we're willing to ask staff, and again, this is just throwing it out there, if there's no flavor for it from council, then I'm not stuck on it. But if we want to also add that direction to have staff visit with folks who currently frequent vets, that if that's an acceptable location where they could use it and we could limit, the conflict of folks, then maybe that's a place that we could add, with the exceptions of special events and city-sponsored events, et cetera, would preempt the off-leash activity. Doesn't mean they can't be there with their dog, right? But anyway, so I don't know how the rest of the folks feel.
I like two signs. One, dogs allowed, off-leash, clean up your dog stuff. And the other sign, no dogs allowed on Pratt Field, off-leash. I mean, I don't know how you control Pratt Field.
Could you, I'm just throwing this out there too, it's how, because Julie said most of the dogs are there in the morning, have a time limit that dogs could be down there until noon time? When do the kids start playing?
5 to 9 in the morning is the time when most people walk their dogs down there.
But when are the kids on Pratt Field, Julie?
Out there.
They're typically not going to be there until the early afternoon.
Especially not school times, they're not there.
But what time, Julie? Like it from
3 o'clock, I would say, we
Okay.
would start getting kids at the park.
So from 9 to 3,
During the
if
school
we
year.
said no dogs, then, and had a group that monitored that area, the group that goes down there to Pratt Field, because they're usually on one side, right?
They walk the perimeter.
The off-leash ones, or they walk the whole circle.
They're all,
But when they're throwing the Frisbee and stuff, they're only usually on one side. Okay. But I think if we had a sign there at Pratt Field said from 9 to 3, or from until 3, you can play with your dog on Pratt Field, and after 3, no more dogs allowed, period. On leash or by voice command.
Have on leash.
But on Pratt Field, say, no dogs on leash or by voice command after 3 o'clock on Pratt Field. In other words, all the dogs have to leave by 3 o'clock.
That doesn't help us accomplish the concern that the police chief just mentioned, though, about the human conflict that occurs.
Well, that's his job, to deal with those darn humans.
Again, Veterans Memorial Park is very large. There's lots of areas, and I mean, would there also, if you're designating all of Veterans Memorial, would that also include like the playground and the splash pad? Would people be able to have their dogs off leash
That
there?
specifically has signage right now for no dogs.
So we're
allowed.
just talking about Pratt Field.
Well,
And the
or that
common
pie.
area possibility.
Oh, and the common area. Those two areas then.
No, I think it's one or the other. I think,
okay.
the mayor's expressed nothing on Pratt Field.
I see.
I'm tossing out the idea, maybe that area is an alternative that's suitable, and maybe it's not. And so maybe we need to find someplace else. But if it is, after conversation by staff with the current users that could kind of speak, with one voice, and maybe that's the place to go. I'm not sure. That still makes veterans an option, because it's proximal to a lot of folks that recreate with their dogs. And so finding a place down there, I think, is important. But
I like the adopt-a-field too. I would not like to close the doors on that. If there's a group of people that would adopt a field, they're responsible for it, because I think enforcement is going to be a big deal. I mean, yes, we have to lay the law down and people may break it, but that's on them at that point. But if we could try to get something to where they could adopt the field, at least that option would be out there. And I know, I think he said it didn't work last time, but I don't know how long ago that was. And the folks that I know, I think they would be willing to do that. But if not, then we go back to on leash in those areas.
Adopt a field is a good idea.
So is the adopt-a-field are we seeking city staff to seek a community group to adopt a park for this purpose before implementing the ability to allow off-leash, or are we saying let's designate these certain areas off-leash and try to find a community group that will support the effort?
And
the second one, okay.
I'd like to say something right here. I just think when you're talking about that, adopt a park, to me, you need a community group that has their dogs down there, that have an interest in that park to become the group. And so not just have a adopt a park program, but if we want this, then we need to have somebody down there that's going to be there all the time on a regular basis to be accountable for that and to kind of keep the group together as a whole instead of, I really think what they did in, was it Ventura, is really the best route to go as far as keeping the parks controlled and what you have to do. And then that way you have, I know when I set up at the park with my dog, there's always somebody new that's coming in, and that allows the group to share what the rules of the road are with everybody. So I really like the idea of a group rather than just adopt a park myself.
Adopt an off-leash.
Yes, there you go. And we'll volunteer somebody.
So what else would you like?
I just want to make sure that I understand. So with all this discussion about designating off-leash areas, then the consensus of the council is to generally remove the exception from the ordinance for voice control and have on-leash 100% except in the designated areas. Is that what I'm understanding that the council consensus is?
I'm not. I think it either has to be voice control or, because you don't want a dog running loose that's running out in the street and everything. You either have to have voice control of your dog, and you had a wonderful dog to have voice control with. Those are really smart dogs you had there. But I think it should be like it is now, and that's how we do it now, is basically it's either by voice command or on a leash.
So if council isn't united in removing the exception, then why are we having a conversation about dogs off leash? Because it already exists. They can go anywhere in the city and have under voice control. So what's the point of all this discussion,
Well,
right?
Wait, I think there might be a misunderstanding. So you're saying when they are off leash in the park, they still need to be under voice control?
well, yes.
But I think what Council Member Walton was asking is, as a whole, if we look at the current, as it stands, it says everywhere in the city, your dog must be on a leash unless it's under voice control. So are we wanting to take under voice control out of for everywhere in the city, like while you're walking, but understand that in the areas where we are allowing dogs to be off leash, they still need to be under voice control. That will also be put into the wording. So it's not like they can just be off leash and running mad and crazy. I just think that that's the question we need to ask ourselves here is, do we want to remove under voice control for the city? And then,
But
That is very succinct, what you've said. In other words, this discussion does not change voice control
right.
For designated areas.
everywhere.
Well, everywhere right now, the dog just has to be under voice control, so there wouldn't really be
Put it
necessary
this way.
to.
A dog on a leash still has to be under voice control.
If it's running chasing the Frisbee, you have to have it on voice control.
So,
Or the ball.
I mean, some people have tried to take a dog on a leash and say no, and they lost control of the dog. They have to be able to control the dog, whether it's on a leash or off,
No, that's not
with the voice.
But
That's not what the law says. The law says that a dog has to be on a leash unless the dog is within the direct voice control of the owner or trainer. So if the dog is they can be off the leash as long as they're obeying their owner's commands. And that's what the current law is. So the concept behind this item is that we're repealing that exception for the city at large, and instead, still, we're keeping that exception, but only for designated off-leash areas. So that's the question Councilmember Walton's asking, is the council in consensus with that approach, that we would require a leash at all times, everywhere, except in designated areas where off-leash is allowed, but still, the dog has to be within the owner's voice control.
And Councilman Walton brought up the point of why the signage would be to notify residents that this is a park where dogs are going to be off leash, running, even though they're in the voice control. That's not what you asked?
No.
Oh, I thought you wanted.
I asked just what Brittany just clarified.
Oh,
Yeah, so the question is
so we don't need signage, is what you're saying?
No. The question for each council member in support of requiring a leash at all times within city limits, unless you're in a designated off-leash area in which the animal still must be under your voice control. Is each council member supportive of changing the law to say that?
Yes.
Yes.
I think so, yes.
Make it designated areas, we would come back to those designated areas. I'm sorry.
Correct.
And we would come back to those designated areas.
And
Yes.
those designated areas so far, as suggested, were the Bayview, the Greens, and the desert area with the big yellow line that we will have to figure out, and the El Dorado Valley, and the Wilbur Square.
And Pratt Field until 3 p.m.
And then veterans, question mark.
Options, okay.
Yeah.
Yes.
So that if you are with your dog at Oasis Park, or you are with your dog at Del Prado, or Xeriscape Park, or Broadbent Park, your dog must be on a leash.
Correct.
If you're walking on the sidewalk, it needs to be on a leash.
Correct.
Regardless of voice control, command, listening to your master.
Correct.
Has to be on a leash.
And that goes back to your very well done rendition of parks, because you did well saying, and kids play here. And it's dogs and kids that we really worry about.
Try to separate.
So that's where dogs are on a leash in specific, all places except specific places. But then they still have to be under voice command.
Correct. Yes. I think we have it. If
We
not,
have
we have a
that.
video.
I do have one more question. So are there any
To,
parameters?
take a recess? Oh, go ahead.
I think we need to ask it, though. I mean, is there any parameters for the leash requirements? Is just requiring to be on a leash sufficient, or are there any parameters for the leash?
You said you weren't going to bring that up because we had so many people that were interested in it, and you said we weren't going to bring up the leash law.
That's not what I...
So you're
I
asking,
mean, like
do we-
6 feet
do we-
long or 10
6
feet long
Yeah.
or whatever.
12 feet or,
Yeah, I'm saying for, requiring, we've set the standard that we'd require a leash except in designated areas. So when we do require a leash, is there any parameters for the leash, or do you just want them to just be on a leash? I'm just asking, is there any footage requirement, or anything like that? And just for clarity.
Is there not anything in the ordinance currently that says the length of the leash in any other
In
other
parks,
chapters?
yes, in parks, it's required, to be 6 feet.
Oh, there you go.
Well, what about the expando leashes that we all carry and use on our dogs? I don't have any leather leashes or cloth leashes. I only have
Couldn't you expand that to 6 feet and lock it?
I can do that, or I can keep it shorter. When I'm walking around, I have them, I'm not going to keep it just, if I'm walking on the sidewalk, I have it, let them go as fast as they can. Because when you're walking, the leash comes and walks with you and moves back and forth.
So I'm hearing just leave the code as is for the leash requirements.
say what?
So I'm hearing just leave the code as is for the leash requirements.
Yes,
Okay.
I'm fine with that, I guess. Because you're not going to come after me if you see me with walking Lola on expando, are you? You are!
Anything else you need?
No, sir.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you. So we've had the discussion and the direction. Do I need to take a motion on the direction? Okay. So we will come back in the next city council and vote on that, which obviously means that we can amend our direction. And that was number 16. We're on number 17 now. And
We need a 5-minute break? We're almost done.
She said she needs a 5-minute break.
She needs a 5-minute
You're gonna be
break.
the one to tell her
Tammy
no?
needs a 5-minute break.
You need a 5-minute break.
we're going to take a 5-minute recess.
No problem.
All right.
She doesn't get a break. I'm not telling her.
We're fellow Libras, I can explain it to you.
Someone asked for a break, I give her a break.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry, I should have put
I didn't bang it hard.
Clydesdale horses were coming down the street.
It could be a lot of things right now.
I was looking at Bernie's doodle. Pretty cute.
Okay,
Okay.
I've left my mic on.
Welcome back. We okay? So we're on item number 17 at this point. Mr. Stubitz?
All right, good evening, Mayor, Council. Joe Stubitz, your Utilities Director. Item 17 is a request to approve a business impact statement. The City of Boulder City is seeking to clarify and modernize regulations regarding the use of public infrastructure by private utility providers through franchise agreements, namely utility poles, conduits, etc. Title 4, Chapter 12 of the Boulder City Municipal Code would be amended to require franchise agreements for the installation of telecommunication and similar facilities on and within existing city infrastructure. These changes are authorized under Section 130 of the Boulder City Charter, which grants the city authority to issue franchises for the use of streets and other public places for public utility services. The city presented notice to impacted businesses of the proposed changes per NRS 237.090, and no opposition was received. And I'm happy to entertain any questions if you have any.
Anybody have any unnecessary questions? I would accept a motion.
Move to approve the business impact statement.
Second that.
Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Thank you. And that brings us to public comment. Anybody else want any public comment?
Pam Triolo. My big concern is anywhere in Hemingway Valley, on the side where the grassy area is up by, I still call it 93, the sheep come up there, and I know between Lake Mountain and Ville, there's a desert area in the middle, and that's kind of coyote run. This morning, I saw 3 coyotes walking my dog, and if my dog had been off leash, would have been gone, because he spotted them way before I did. I carry a whistle, I blew it, and they took off. But so I'd appreciate if they keep everything. The sheep are an important part of this city. They represent us. You need to stay away from there. I didn't realize that we've got a lot of non-residents because they can't have their dogs off leash in Hemingway and Las Vegas. I don't think they should be coming here because they can't do it in their towns. They say they go to Albertsons. Well, I don't like dogs in Albertsons either. And I have dogs, and I get really upset when I see a little dog sitting in the seat where I'm going to be putting my groceries. Dog breeding, truthfully, I'd kind of like to get rid of it, but you can't. And I really think it should be limited to AKC registered, or there's a stockyard registry that's of dogs that are working to become AKC registered. Australian Shepherds for a long time were stockyard registered until they worked and finally got AKC. No designer dogs. They're getting more and more designer dogs in the shelters, and they're having problems with them. I do believe compromise, there should be places for people. I won't do my dog off leash. I didn't get him as a puppy, so I got him at 2 years old. He walks really well, but I'm sure that if I took him off a leash and he saw one of those coyotes and rabbits, he'd probably be gone because he's got a prey drive. Everybody's talking about dog bites, about dogs coming up. It doesn't have to be a dog bite. I've had 2 incidents where a strange dog just came up to me and I didn't know how my dog would react or their dog. And same thing, a man on a bicycle, his dog was running after him and then took a detour towards me.
didn't get bit, but it's kind of scary when you don't know how the other dog is going to react. Nationally, 45% of people are dog owners, so that means 55% aren't. I can't imagine that 50% want dogs running and either do all the 45%, but we do need a compromise. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Anyone else in public comment? If you want to call in, 702-589-9629. Go ahead.
Good evening again. Bear with me. I'm gathering my thoughts because I'm one of those people that's there at Pratt Field at 5 a.m. So I get up at 3 in the morning, so I'm a little bit tired. I've been listening to everything that's been...
Ma'am, will you state your name for the
I'm
record
sorry,
again?
Jan Hubbard. I've been listening to everyone's comments, and I have to react to the non-residents visiting our parks. They're visiting our community. They have off-leash dog parks. They choose to come here because they love our community, they love our restaurants, they love our shops. They frequent them. They don't take their dogs into Albertsons. I mean, I know it probably came off like that, but no, they're not taking their dogs in there, but they're spending their money here, and they love the people and the community. Set that aside. I am sorry that someone threatened someone. That's absolutely not allowed, but it happened to me. I did not press charges. I didn't want conflict. I thought things could be worked out very well, and I know some of you are aware of it. Neither here nor there. What I've heard tonight is a lot of confusion. We seem to start with one thing, circled back, and then everybody got confused on what we're talking about. If you change the verbiage of our law, which is dogs off leash must be under voice control or e-collar, if that is still part of it, I do not know. Okay, let's say voice control. If you change that, it means anywhere in Boulder City, a dog has to be off leash. Anywhere. So we started coming up with suggestions. Desert areas, certain parts, et cetera, et cetera. I agree with community members stepping in, like you said. I will research Ventura County's collar, is what it was called. I've written all this down. I know my group are a lot of retired individuals that are very responsible. We would be more than happy to take charge of safeguarding, cleaning up the area of Pratt Field. There are a lot of events there, and you know what we do? We stay out of the way. We make sure we don't interfere with those activities, which normally aren't until 9 o'clock or later in the afternoon. The suggestion with the crossway or by the ball fields, it's a good one, but again, it doesn't give you that much room for your bigger dogs. The softball field was a great option, but my understanding, and I heard there was a group, it was before I owned my rescue dog, that volunteered to do it, and then they let it go. I did hear that, and I was aware of that. We have a group of people now that we're more than happy to maintain things. My understanding was a group of parents with their daughters involved in girls' softballs were upset about it, and I understand that. So that may not be an option. But I think rather than blanketly say we're changing the verbiage right now, we need to see which options are the most viable before changing all that. So I know my time is up, but I just like you to consider it, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. Anybody on the phone line?
Mayor, council, staff, thank you for staying awake. Brandon Smith. Just a couple of quick comments on my own behalf about tonight's mostly animal stuff. In regards to the breeding thing, obviously it's going to be something that we're stuck with, whether we want it or not. I would encourage the council to spend some time walking around at least our downtown community, our historic community, and just listen for all the dogs barking as you walk by throughout the historic district. There are many. They are nuisances. animal control only has very limited ability to police and enforce any sort of anything. And if you throw breeding into the mix, and then you've got 20 dogs in a small space in a backyard, in a 5,000 square foot lot or a 7,000 square foot lot, you're going to hear it blocks away. So before you guys pass any sort of breeding is allowed ordinance, please do so. If you're going to, please do so with some sort of 1,000-foot radius, and so there is a limited amount of potential breeding activities going on throughout, again, mostly through the historic district, because some of the bigger properties, you're not going to have that issue, out in horsey country or whatever. But definitely downtown, you're just going to upset everybody. As far as the leash law is concerned, again, I spoke earlier about how I've personally been attacked on several occasions, even here in Boulder City. I personally don't fear animals. I should, but I don't. But I do think that voice control is a very limited control mechanism for animals. They're animals, they're instinctive, they do what they want to do unless they are more interested in listening to their human. And I think that Wilbur Square, because it's our main area, our main park, it is also the area of most frequented both human and dog. And I think I'm never going to say don't take a dog for a walk, but I think in a park that is frequented by so many humans, it makes sense to keep that as some sort of park where you can have your dog, just it needs to be on a leash. Thank you for staying up past most of our bedtimes, and thank you for all you do.
Gail. Anyone on the phone?
Good evening, Thomas Memmer for the record. Nice to see the pool project moving forward. I'd urge the council to utilize a project labor agreement on the pool, as they provide a better product, as does the CMAR process. Plus it would provide a mechanism for no labor disruptions, and so the project would be completed on time. So I urge you guys to look into that. As far as the leash law, sounds like you guys are turning Boulder City into Henderson. You guys are going to make playing fetch with Fido illegal in our parks, and I don't think that's going to go over very well. So please don't do that. Thank you.
Thank you. 702-589-9629. Anyone here in chambers wants to say anything? Nobody on the phone. I will go to City Council's report, and Councilwoman Ashurst.
Thank you, Mayor. After all that we talked about tonight, the do's and don'ts and animals and humans, I'd like to take just a few seconds to let everyone remember the Texas floods and the families that were impacted there, that are still being impacted, and just pray for them, hug your loved ones. We just never know what the next day brings, and while we hash out things here that are dear to our hearts, like my mom used to say, someone always has it worst, and those people right now are going through a lot, so please keep them in your heart. I want to congratulate the graduates from the drug court. That's a really tough program to go through, and had a couple of graduates, so I give them a shout out. 4th of July parade was awesome. Everybody loves Boulder City for 4th of July parade, and I have to give a shout out to our new city manager. He taught me how to really do wheelies on a golf cart. So thank you for that. We had a good time. We had fun. Shout out to Hava Brown. She works over at the Hoover Dam Museum. It's a nonprofit institution that's dedicated to preserving the rich history of the Hoover Dam and Boulder City, and they're looking for volunteers for the summer for their events. So she's doing a good job over there, and if you find some free time this summer, give her a shout. That's all I have, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Booth.
I wanted to talk about something that is kind of passionate to me, and it's been brought up by other council members. When we go to notify people about things around their property, we only notify 500 feet. I certainly would like to see the city council consider expanding that, or the city expanding that footage, because so many people don't know what's going on around their property. And I think the more informed that you have people, the better that you understand what their wishes and their desires are, who we're representing those people that live in those areas. So I would like to see us do that. And I also had quite a few people upset with what was talked about today, the dogs, because it was noticed on July 3rd, and July 4th came up, and so a lot of people weren't even aware this was on the agenda. And so I would like to see us give more time for things that we know that are really important to people, and we definitely know the dog issue is an important thing, or the airport or something like that, and make sure that that it's been noticed long enough that people have time to respond to it.
Council
It's
member.
my turn to talk.
Well, we just have to make sure that these items are supposed to stay, that any matters within a local concern, really that come before the body, really should be agendized and talked about on the agenda.
Okay, I'll end it there then, okay? Also, I'd like to say I had a fantastic time at the 4th of July parade. It was wonderful. The little kids are just so amazing. They've got the little headbands on and red, white, and blue. And I think it just is really Main Street America. And it's just such a wonderful part to be a part of this community. And I think you were a banana, our electrical director. Oh, you were a hot dog, yes, in the parade. And so you get to see everybody and really kind of relax and get to see everybody on a different level. So that is a lot of fun. Yes, I was in the cart with the city manager, and he's a crazy man in that cart. Had a lot of fun. We lost our hat along the way and had to stop and pick it up. But it was a great time, and I think you can't walk away but feeling 100% being proud of America and Boulder City. So that's all I have to say.
Thank you. Councilwoman Jorgensen.
Thank you. First off, welcome back, Mayor. I missed you. I can say that for sure. Also, just wanted to say we had the chance to do the police and fire awards this last 2 weeks, and I'm 100% amazed at what both of the men and women in those services do for us as a community, and the court. Thank you. And completely grateful. Completely grateful. We're blessed. We have very good people that care about us, truly care about us, and go above and beyond. So when you see them, give them a smile and a thank you. Also had opportunity to do 4th of July. Starts with a pancake breakfast. That line was, I was almost to Henderson. They'd be cooking for days. I don't know, it might have been a 5th of July pancake breakfast, because it was so long, and absolutely small town America, beautiful, how we feel about country and what we have here. And that goes along with the You Were Gone, which gave me the privilege, and I'm already tearing up, and it's going to happen again, for the Shane Patton Memorial statue, to be able to speak there and be part of it. And I just want to tell the Patton family, the foundation, and the friends, I hope that you were as pleased as I was. There were thousands of people there. It was beautiful. It was what it should have been. It's what it needs to be. And I was just really proud to be a member of this community at that time, and I'm just thankful to be part of the United States of America.
Thank you.
Excuse me, from the Convention Authority. The marketing team is actually working on some marketing ideas for Boulder City specific, which is really great. I had a brief meeting with them a couple weeks ago, and then there'll be some follow-up, so more to come as those ideas take shape. Somewhat related, a group of city staff and Chamber of Commerce, myself, we are working for a family-friendly Boulder City astronomical viewing event. Here, identified to be at Vets Park if all things come together. And the stars and the planets and the nighttime all align. We've got some dates identified, so in collaboration with County Commissioner Gibson's office and the Las Vegas Astronomical Society. So an interesting opportunity for Boulder City there. And then I like to report on the various approvals that we have and the special events coming. And we approved today for the CEO to negotiate terms to host the 2028 Division I Men's Basketball Final Four here in Vegas at Allegiant Stadium of all places. So anyway, that's my report for the Convention Authority. I don't have anything from the Colorado River Commission or the Water Authority tonight. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. So thank you for missing me. Jill and I had our family reunion in Bear Lake, Utah, split in Utah and Idaho, and my grandfather was born in 1871 at Lake Town, Bear Lake. And so we had an interesting family reunion, 32 people, and that was my priority, and I hated to give you so much opportunities, but glad you did it. We also were maybe aware of the Forsyth Canyon fire in southern Utah, and we have a cabin that's still standing, and we're grateful for that. But bottom line is, we have a great place here, and we're grateful. I'm grateful for the council and how we're able to talk together and get input from the community and be able to make decisions that at least offend half of us at one time or another and still be able to talk to each other in the community. We really do have a wonderful community. And with that, the meeting is adjourned. Thank you.
Sherry did a wonderful job.
Before 11.
I have your shoulders for
We were very proud of it.